Okay, you all set? Nothing like transporting a batch of arms across the most violent state in the country to give you that serotonin spike, right? You know, this used to be one of the agency's hazing rituals, but I digress. The store's all set to take receipt of the goods. As soon as you drop them off, you get paid. Safe travels.
Let them through. They've got access to their hangar on base.
You're through to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride?
For sure.
It's coming at you.
Totally.
Hi there. Are you free?
Hey there, Brad.
All right.
Anything you need, boss. Oh, hi. What can I do for you? Keep your blood sugar up. No, I will not confirm. Why would I say that on the phone? You think I'm stupid? Use the secure servers like a professional. Gah. Hi there. What do you need? You got a nice fleet, boss. They're bringing your personal vehicle around right now.
You got the pickup point on your GPS? Okay, all looks cool from here. Just collect the goods and bring them to the warehouse.
Where you at? How you doing? Yeah. Later.
The buyer's lined up. It's an international deal, so you're meeting them out at sea. Goods are on a boat down at the docks. Get it out to the drop-off, and we're all good.
It was just the wrong number.
Are you gonna...
Can you tell me what
Oh, wants to pursue that path. It's totally good karma.
Jesus, get a PA to do you think it can be operated with one
I'm
hand?
so with you. It's kind of how I feel about your apartment. Hey, boss.
Hey there, boss.
I don't know when I last showered. Woo!
Okay, so you want to sell this, right? Because boy, do I want it out of our basement. The buyer's people are going to guide you to the drop in a helicopter. Get out to their location and signal them with a flare, then follow the chopper to the... Great, okay. Looks like you're done here. I will fiddle the accounts and send you the money. Just another day in the life of nightclub maven Tony Prince.
You need something, huh? One of your rides? Let me know. It's coming at you. I'll get back to it then.
Don't forget to bring me some cars on the car list.
Hey there! Bye now.
new luxury car is available to win. Stop by and have a try at the Lucky Wheel. The inside track is open, and the excitement is addictive. Pick your horse and cheer them on to victory.
Alright, so now I'm on the mic. Because I got things to say. I got a lot on my mind right now. And one of those things is, well, I'm not a fan of this time of year.
Glad you've joined us, ma'am.
Just not.
And now your bets.
Lost two really, really important people in my life. 11 years ago now. Hasn't been the same since. No. If anything, it's gotten worse.
Okay, bets are closed. Let's begin.
Much worse. Like,
your bets, please.
shit went sideways so much. Everything reminded me of them. Everything.
Dealer wins.
You imagine that? You imagine your whole
soon.
Everything, like everything I knew, like the whole Niagara escarpment, Toronto, everything. Couldn't even stand to look at the place anymore. Everywhere I went reminded me of both of them. If I heard a fire truck or seen a fire truck, I would lose it. I could be driving on the highway and just see one of the Toronto fire trucks go by and everything else, and it just tears would flood my eyes. I'd lose it. You know? I'd tear up big time. I wouldn't be able to, like, I'd have composure, but I'd just, like, my inner child comes out in me, you know, like, get upset. So that was my grandfather's thing. My grandfather was a highly decorated fire captain. I think that man was my hero. You know.
I didn't say you were white trash. I said your nails were white trash.
So
They did have pictures of butterflies on them.
turns out, brings out the worst in people. People pass away. Right?
Case closed.
So the open and I never really had a good relationship. And well, someone didn't handle losing his old man. He wasn't too happy about it. Right? But get the old man liquored up and get him talking about it. And shit hits the fan. Things get said. Truth comes out. That's when I knew that's when I found out. Hey, my grandfather passing has a lot of mixed feelings for me. Right? Like it touches a lot of nerves on so many different levels. Like one, him being gone doesn't sit well with me. Right? Now, I basically started being alienated afterwards. Because it turns out I was a mistake. Yeah. And the old man was like, I had to tolerate you because of your grandfather, because your grandfather made me, and blah 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 blah. And he just spits out all this me, I just want to throttle him now. You know what I mean? Like at that point, I'm just staring at him, and he's telling me all this stuff, and I'm starting to see right at him, you know? It's like, because, you know, for years he put on this, it's like you look at that person, and you're like, man, you tolerated?
Hello.
What
do you need?
I'm your own flesh and
Just
blood,
let me know what you
son
need.
of a bitch. You know, you look, you're just
Bye.
like, you know what, oh man, there's not even words to describe you right now, right? I had a massive fight with him that night, and I told him, you know, like, if my grandfather was around, right, and heard that come out of your mouth, he'd throttle you, right? He'd put you through that effing wall. I told him like that. Now, before I moved out west, I did my due diligence, and I stopped in at Dad's. I tried to make amends with him. I tried to go and check on him. Right? And you know what he said to me before I left? And I came out west. He says to me, he goes, maybe you didn't hear me the first time. He goes, I don't understand what you're doing around here. He got, like, I have no obligations to you. You're not my son. He said like that. Oh man. Turned around, gave him a finger. See you later. Right? Got in the truck and left. Right? When I came out west, when I finally moved out west too, it felt like a weight got lifted off my shoulders. It's like everything's new. I don't have I don't deal with all the bullshit. And sure shit enough, I get involved in a serious relationship. End up having a family. And guess who gets involved in my life again? Those people. And, you know, the old man tried to be controlling and possessive over me, and I have to say this, everybody. Like, imagine being... I felt alienated when I lost my grandfather and my stepmom right after, okay? And I lost both of them within a month and a half of each other, right? And Carol was the closest person to a mom I had ever had. She was the only person that didn't raise a hand at me or anything like that, and actually, you know, made me feel loved and cared about. Right? I swear to God, she cared more about me than my own father did. Anyways, that's besides the point. Point is, when that whole mask thing was going on and the vaccine stuff, they were all calling me crazy because I wasn't going along with it. Right? Nothing was adding up to me. The numbers weren't adding up. Wearing a mask out in public with fresh air didn't make any sense. None of it was making any sense. And the more I questioned it, the more everybody around me started questioning everything, or questioning me, my sanity. And then they had me, at one point, questioning my own sanity. And thinking, am I the one that's actually crazy then? Thinking this? I can't be. You know, a lot of alarms went off, and sparked a lot of controversy. Probably with the last little thread that my family was holding on together on, like between my brother, my sister, and the old man, and that all that controversy and whatever, and the Freedom Convoy, that split everything apart. That literally that drew the line, right? That gave it a violent push into everything. Like all of a sudden, everybody was falling apart since 2013, but it wasn't as, like, it was gradually getting worse. But in 2020, it nosedived completely, and then 2021 it just exploded. It's like a bomb went off, right? There was a line drawn in the sand, and they basically kicked me on the other side of it and said, if you don't get a vaccine, right, then we want nothing to do with you. We won't talk to you. We won't nothing. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me right now? I said like that, like, how can you guys, I was like, how can my own family call me crazy and not be supportive? I'm like, does it not, yeah, I said it to the, like this, to the simple. Does it not concern you that all of a sudden they have a vaccine to protect us from the world's deadliest virus? Basically a cure they're trying to convince us as, and it's going to keep us safe. But they can't cure cancer, they can't cure, like, all these deadly diseases that have been around for a long time. They've been killing us for a long time, long time. Right? Where's your vaccines on that? And cures on that? I mean, because you've been collecting money and donations for stuff like that for decades, right? Well, how is it that I find it was very suspicious. Everything was suspicious. And me, I questioned things. I analyzed things, right? So, when you question things, when you don't go along with their agenda, they get upset, right? Then you become the black sheep. You become outcasted. Yeah. So, for me, this time of year, it's, you know, it really hits home. That's all. And I need to actually speak about it for once and get it off my chest, rather than, you know, keeping it locked up inside each year and let it bother me, right? Because it's been getting to me more and more, right? Especially if I see like families together, right? And it's just like, why can't that? Why can't I be a part of that? Why couldn't have I? No, like why did I just have questions? I don't understand. I have never ever said any one of my kids like that. I don't know how you could tell somebody that. I got a lot of skills. I'm a very smart individual. Pretty self-educated. You know. I got a lot of good qualities. So I just couldn't understand. But everything made sense. It touches home. Like, especially around this time, right now. This week is when that came out of his mouth 11 years ago. Right? He's all wired. Well, he wasn't drugged or anything. He's just fucking drunk. And, you know, I don't blame him because his old man just passed away. In a way though, I needed that closure. I needed to hear it too. As much as I didn't want to hear it, right? And I was avoiding here because I had my suspicions, especially with the way I was treated by both my mother and him, right? Like, absolutely hated at times. I felt hated and shunned on, and especially when they used to beat on me, I could feel the hate. Like, it wasn't love, it was like literally hate. And it all came out when he was a little drunk. You were a mistake. You were never supposed to happen. Oh, whoa. Dude, you better be quiet. Right? You're gonna end up eating those teeth. You understand? Like, I told him, and I had to get away from him. And you know, that guy kept following me around and gaslighting me to the point where I had to walk away from his house, get a cab and leave, and go to a hotel for the night because I was gonna beat the crap out of him. Literally. Like, I felt it. I felt my anger level going through the roof. Right? I felt my adrenaline just pumping big time, and the more he kept talking, the more he kept the angrier I got, because it was confirming everything from all those years. Right? But man, he had nothing left to lose. Right? And so he just let it out. Yep. So of course I went back and I started into my real mother. So now I had ammunition on to start World War III with her, basically, right? And I did. And it wasn't good. No. Tried to repair that relationship too with that side of the family, and that didn't go over well. Especially with the whole COVID thing too. Like, they all went woke. They went completely woke. So, and then hey, and not to mention, this touches a nerve big time for me, because in about a month from now, my life 4 years ago got flipped completely upside down, going from having everything to being put in bracelets and then told I can't go back to my own house. Yeah. Thank God I had money in the bank that my ex didn't know about, or else I would have been screwed. Literally. Fucking I would have been sitting on the street homeless, completely fucked over, and she didn't even give a shit. She didn't give a rat's ass. She did that to me in the middle of a pandemic, right? What's going on, Amber? I'm having a Dr. Phil moment. Yeah. Okay. Welcome. you you could play the Dr. Phil person. No, I'm just kidding. Right? I'm just venting. That's all. Having a moment. Yeah. Well, actually, maybe it's morning in your world, but it's in my world it's afternoon. But thanks. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon here. Yeah. It's surpassed morning about an hour ago, I guess. Yeah. That's usually when morning ends, right? Noon. That's usually the cutoff. I mean, noon used to be the cutoff at McDonald's for breakfast. Used to be. Now it's like something like 10 o'clock, isn't it? Or 9? I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. I haven't been to McDonald's in a long time. Since last year. Yeah. Had a Big Mac last year, but yeah, no. That's why this time of year is like I really could care. I'm not the nicest person around this time of year. I struggle with this time of year, that's all. It's like all that bullshit happened in my life, and then, my life being flipped upside down and completely alienated from everybody. So I literally had to pick up my life, put my life back together in 2020 in July during the middle of a pandemic bullshit when everybody else was, all about masks and lies and oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, no worries. No, you know what, Amber? I'm thinking your generation probably sleeps half the day away, right? I mean, usually they do. You're like, it's not you specifically, but your generation, in general, likes to sit up and game all night long, and then sleep half the day. I don't get it. When I was young and I was a kid, man, I was outside all the time. I was never allowed to play video games. You were only allowed to play video games in the house when I was growing up, as if it was, you got lucky if it was raining outside or if it was too cold to be outside, right? Then you got to play video games inside, or you know, like if it was a weekend, or it wasn't a school night. Other than that, no. I grew up in like the strictest environment ever. Okay, you might as well could have just basically called it a concentration camp, pretty much borderlined it. I mean, everything was strict. I lived outside because if I was inside too long, I would get hit with a belt, or I'd be forced to do chores that I didn't want to do. And like, we're not talking like one or two chores. We're talking like a list. So it was like you're either a slave in the house or you're going outside. Yeah. And survive outside with your friends. Yeah, I remember those days. I used to be able to pull all-nighters and stuff like that. And then as you get older, you start missing sleep. You start going, how come I can't sleep? Right? And you want to sleep, but you can't sleep. Right? Especially with the world now. With the world, the way the world has gone now, my generation is looking at it and we're shell-shocked. You understand? We don't know how to understand this. We don't know how to comprehend this. Could you guys, like, I know how to talk and at least express myself, but I can only imagine, like, some of the older, some people who are in their 40s, probably late 40s or even 50s right now, are probably freaking out in their minds, ready to snap, like, because they don't know what else to do. Like, everything that my generation was raised on, and the way we were taught and everything else has gone completely out the window. Our world has been completely flipped upside down. The world you guys are living in right now, you guys are accustomed to it. You think it's normal. It's far from normal. It's not even close. All right? So that stresses me out. You can't even turn on mainstream media for 5 minutes to get a quick download of what kind of lies they're kind of feeding you, but also at the same time they are fear-mongering everybody. Now, I don't watch them as a religion to, listen to them per se or whatever. No. I check in on mainstream media because I want to know what kind of lies they're trying to spit out to people. I want to know what kind of fear they're driving into people, so I know what to expect. I know what I'm up against, right? Mentally, and it's a shit show. Pardon my French, all right, but it is. Everything has gone completely upside down, and then we have to try and process all that. Yeah, you guys, like, I suffer with my PTSD and a few other things, and my chronic pain, so I physically can't work all the time anymore, and it kills me inside not to be able to do my job that I used to be able to love doing and was great at. I mean, like, we sit here. I go into the video game because I don't want to go on social media because it's just toxic. Everything. There's so much crap on the internet now, and there's so much hatred towards men, and then there's feminist this and that, and anything you say on there is considered racist or feminist, and then if you don't agree with those people, then you're this, that, and everything else under the sun, except for a white person in your own race. Apparently you can identify as 4 and 5 different genders at once, and upon the hour. Apparently it's okay to dress up like a clown and go in public. I didn't know it was Halloween every day now, right? Like when that all started, and I know I'm gonna get backlashed on that one. I know you guys are gonna have some things to say about that one, but that's facts. Okay. That's when they started allowing all that going on, and you can go out in public now with green and blue and pink hair. Okay. And you get hired, and you can go to work looking like that now, and school. Wow. Not my day. Definitely not my day. I can't even tolerate society anymore. Right? Even me, I can't. I look at society, I can't even function in public anymore. I snap. Like, I have something to say. My mouth will go flying a mile a minute. And, like, that's why I keep to myself. I do my own thing. I mind my own damn business. Right? Society's gone completely upside down. Like, that world out there is not the world I grew up in. Right? This is a nightmare. I'm literally living in a nightmare. That's the way I see it. Hey, it's all fucked up. Right? I'm waiting on a revolution to happen. I'm not sitting back and inciting it. Don't get me wrong. Okay? I will not incite violence. Okay? But at some point you got to look at it, and you can't help but like anybody with half a brain, and that's from my generation and the generation ahead of mine, cannot honestly sit there and say that they haven't sat there and wondered shit, what happens if we break out into civil war? Because at this point, you can't even put that past it. You you can't you can't even take that off the table. Like everything's on the table now, right? So like you don't know what to expect from one day to the next anymore, right? A new war is like a war pops up, right? Whenever it wants. A country gets bombed here, another country gets bombed overnight. Like people are dying left, right, and center. It's a crazy world now. It's ridiculous. Since when, right? And you think God likes all this stuff? Come on. Man. God is sitting there literally staring at the reset button, having an argument with himself on a daily basis, going, should I just wipe out the civilization again? Should I flood them all? Alright? Let's flood the planet today. No, let's not flood the planet. No. There's too many innocent people down there. Right? But then again, he also looks at it and goes, but then again, people are out there dancing with the devil and demons. Right? Like, it's completely gone upside down. I can start to understand why Jordan Peterson sticks to himself and did a lot of his analyzing and studying and whatnot in his own studies, and just being able to study the human race and being able to look at everything in society and how things are going and how they're indoctrinating things into society right from the schools. You ask, for instance, and I'm not saying all students, right? But some, there's a lot, okay? You ask them about the, all the Palestine stuff and the war that's going on over there and whatnot. You ask them a few, like, basic, simple questions, like, from what river to what sea, and they don't even know. So kind of makes you wonder. My generation's sitting there, and the generation ahead of mine sitting there going, I just paid 40 grand for my child's tuition this year. What the hell are you teaching my child? Right? What kind of crap are you allowing in these schools? You're brainwashing these kids. You're brainwashing society. Right? You brainwash women in general. There's a lot of women out there that, decided that they're going to be a human scoreboard, right? And try to take as much D as possible. And the same with some of those guys out there. And then you wonder where the loyalty is. You wonder why you don't have loyalty. You don't have compassion. You don't have an actual partner. You don't have proper what you call equality in a relationship, because the things you look for in life are just unrealistic and your goals are out in space. Like nobody brings you back down to reality, because the thing is, and I speak from truth. I speak from experience. Because a lot of you have wondered why have you been single for so long? Because this is by far the happiest time of my life. The most peaceful time of my life. And I like it. Alright? Because I was stuck with women who were under the false pretense, okay, that they need to have everything. They need that white picket fence life, and the house, marriage, this, that, everything, right? And then she gets to spend all the money and all that stuff, and my ass has to go to work and basically become a work slave, and that's supposed to be my life. Well, I had no problems doing the family life, right? It's just, it was getting annoying, right? when I would mention to her, right, and she was at home taking care of her child at first, right, and I would be at work, and I would remember her messaging my phone a bunch of times while I'm at work. I'm bored. I don't know what to do. I'm lonely at home. Motherfucker, you wanted to be at home. You wanted this. You didn't want to go to work. And now you're complaining about it? What the fuck? And I go to work for like I came off the road, so I wouldn't have to be away and work in the warehouse. I'd work 12, 14 hours a day. I'd come home and she'd have a list of shit she needs done around the house. Oh, can you do this? Oh, can you do that? Oh, this needs to be done outside in the backyard. Can you... Oh, yeah? Really? Okay. Cool. Right. I'll get right on that, fuck. Yeah. She'd and then she'd get mad. She would get mad at me and wonder why. You know, I'd sit down on the couch and I'd try to do something like this. I'd try to enjoy a game of hockey and I'd fall asleep. Not even halfway through the game. I'd fall asleep and I'd wake up and it'd be like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Here I am on the couch, neck's all cramped, just shit. I don't even have a blanket on, and this one didn't even have the decency to wake me up so I could go to bed. No. You'd think that one would have done that, but no, she didn't give a rat's ass. No. So my life was hell. When I look at it, all the bad things that have happened to me was all for a reason, right? It was, for some it would seem like the worst, and it did to me, because it kind of felt like the world I really desperately wanted and had a hold of, and finally had the whole family life thing. Everything fell apart, and everything kept falling apart right from there. With the whole COVID thing and being alienated, it was just like losing everything and then losing everybody and all your friends around you because you don't want to get vaccinated. Well, hey, man, like, I'm gonna side with my brothers and sisters who have common sense. You know, the ones I shared the highway with, the ones I've gone from coast to coast to coast with. Like, I'm gonna believe those individuals. Okay, I'm gonna roll with them. All right, because they have common sense. Because those are my people. Like, when you get right down to it, like, they're the ones with common sense. I was gonna be wearing a mask going outside all... What? No, man. I started realizing who got ahead in life certain ways and sexual preferences because it wasn't by their smarts, right? I started seeing women that were very, very attractive looking women, but, you know, you're driving a really high-end Mercedes vehicle, you'll look really decent, but the sad thing is you're wearing a mask, and you're by yourself in the car, and all 4 windows are rolled up. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And that one's a smart one. Yeah. That one went to the university, got a university education right there. Yeah, that's university diploma written all over her face right there, with the mask and everything. Jeez. That was another thing. And I learned so much more being in transportation industry and driving truck and all that than I would have ever learned in school. Because when I was about halfway through high school, that's when they were starting to take out programs in school. And that's when I looked at things and I foreseen that the system was gonna be going downhill, and that there wasn't gonna be a point in pursuing anything in college or university, because that was just gonna be a dead end, right? Because I started seeing where things were going right in high school. The alarm bells went off for me when they started taking away the tech classes. And they took away auto shop, and they took away electric shop, and they took away wood shop. Like, why are you taking away these programs? And then they're replacing them with these, um, some kind of social development skills. All, like, I didn't even last a semester into it. Like, I attended one of the classes and I got kicked out within the first 10 minutes. Right? I'm not even kidding you. You can't even make that up. Like, you guys hear how I talk now? Can you imagine how I was in high school? I questioned everything in high school that they tried to teach me. Right? When they tried to cram things down my throat that didn't make any sense to me, I questioned them on it and they didn't like it. Like, I challenged authority on a constant basis in school. Like, I was a thorn in their side. As soon as I learned in civics class about, civil rights and stuff like that and constitutional rights, man, did I ever, like, I soaked that up. Like, I was thirsty for knowledge at that point. Right? They tried to extend, like, I grew up on the snow belt, and if you guys don't know what the snow belt is, during the winter time, you would see anywhere between 10 and 15 centimeters of snow on a daily basis, and then wind and all that kind of fun stuff, okay? And lake effect snow, right, on top of that. So sometimes you're getting like 15, 20, 25. Oh yeah. Anyways, you grow up in environments like that. That's like, school days get canceled big time. They shut down schools. They close roads constantly. They cancel school buses. And the one year we had, like, grand total, well, the announcement came on, and our principal said, this year we've had a grand total, we've missed, he said something like 14 days, 14 school days. So you know what he told us he was going to do? They were going to consider extending our school year into July by 2 weeks. Now, at that time, my homeroom was my civics class. I turned to my civics teacher and I said to my civics teacher, I'm like, can he do that? I'm like, is that even legal? He's like, no, it's not legal. I can't do that. I was like, how do we stop it? He's like, you can get a petition going. All right? You can talk to the school body. Man, I was like, light bulb went off in my head. I was like, perfect. Right on. All right? Let's make some noise. So I went around with a clipboard, right? And collecting a list of signatures from everybody in the school. Hey, what are you doing Thursday at 1 o'clock? And, huh? Oh, you're going to class? No, you're not. Hey, do you want to, 2 weeks in the summertime, do you want to be here for 2 weeks into the summertime? Hell no. Sign right here. Sign right here. Just like that. It was that easy. It was that easy. That's all I had to tell everybody, with just the truth. Just the facts. No lies, no bullshit to them. Just give them the dirty details. Hit them with some knowledge. It's like, yo, you understand what he said, right? That means summer school for us. That means they're cutting into our summer. They're like, what? Wait a second, no. They're like, no. Like, back when we were kids, man, summertime to us was that's our break from school. Like, every single day of summer is like gold to us when we were kids. And summer went too fast. Next thing you know, you were dragged right back to school. It was September. And you're like, really? And I gotta swallow this crap all over again? Great. Crap. Let me out of here. Man, halfway through, once I started figuring out what high school is all about, and when they tried to indoctor that ideology stuff into us, I spent most of my time at the office. I was in the office on a daily basis. I was constantly challenging their ideology and rhetoric. Always. And, of course, they didn't like that. So, alright, go to the office. Right? It got to the point where they wouldn't allow me to go in certain classes. Right? Because the teachers were just sick and tired of me challenging their, what I called stupidity. Because, listen, here's one example. All right. Before you think I'm far out there, and listen, I was in grade 9. I forget how. I forget how old I was. Maybe 13, right? And yeah, man. Like I just started like right from, I don't know. High school was okay at first, and then like halfway through, everything got messed up, and I was awake, and a lot of people were asleep. That's the thing. And I didn't fit in. I didn't belong. I was definitely the black sheep, because I was the one that would. The more I questioned things, the more it would piss them off, right? And especially when I would question the school board, right? I want to know. I questioned the school and the principal, and I challenged their authority, and I want to know, why are you taking away woodworking shop? I really enjoy woodworking shop. I love working in the wood shop. Why are you taking away the wood shop? They wouldn't give me a clear answer on it, I remember. So, okay. Alright. So, I said, then you're just lying to people, right? Oh yeah, I knew where I was going with this. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. Train of thought. Grade 9, science class. Okay. Sorry, yeah, it was second semester science class, grade 9. Everything's fine, sort of. I'm sort of picking up on what's going on in the school, right? But I don't really have a clear knowledge of it yet. Like, I'm just starting to pick up on it. And what really got me booted right out of science class, right off the bat, was science teacher tried to educate us about space, okay? And we were talking about space and stuff like that. He's telling us that we're the only ones in the universe. The only ones. We're the only life. And like, we're the only life form and everything else. Like, there's no such thing as aliens and stuff like that, and that's in the movies. He goes on to say stuff like that. I put up my hand. I'm like, hang on a second here. So, you mean tell me that we're the only intelligent life in the entire universe? You think that way? Wow. You're very shallow. Right? You live in a box. I told him like that. What are you talking about? Listen, man, I got family in the military. What you're saying is wrong. Right? We're not the only ones in the universe. I hate to break your heart like that. I was like, stop lying to people. Right? He's like, get out of my classroom. I'm like, maybe you should educate yourself before you start trying to be a teacher and stuff like that. Oh man, that teacher hated me. Absolutely hated me. I wasn't allowed to go back to the class. No, I had to go to the resource room. Yeah. They ended up passing me on that class though. Yeah. I ended up passing with like an 85 or something like that. But yeah. I've always been one to challenge everything, and in doing so, I lost a lot of things in life. A lot of things were that I was looking for my sense of belonging, and because I never really truly had that in my life. I never got that true chance of feeling like I belong, except for hockey. That's why you guys see me also in hockey so much. It's because being part of a team, and it's like family. It's different. It's life can be so shitty, and then you could just go to the arena and let it all out, and be around your team, and your teammates are there, and you could talk to them, and you can shoot the shit with them, and you can lean on each other for support, and you know, because as guys, we don't talk. We don't share feelings and emotions. Not my generation, anyways. We were taught to bottle that up. Yeah. We were taught that we don't speak about stuff like that. Shut up and just put your head down, keep going. Be a man. Not even kidding me. Yeah. So you can imagine all the confusion and stuff like that I was going through growing up. And just so desperately trying to do the right thing, have a family and raise family, you know, thinking I was doing the right thing. And that virus hoax and that mask crap literally saved my life. It ruined my life in one aspect, but it also saved me. It saved my life in a very twisted way. I almost am grateful that it happened, but I'm not. Because number one, I mean, a lot of people passed away, and it's just heartbreaking to even think about. So many poor souls were lost due to the confusion and lies and loneliness, and you just name it. The list goes on, right? So what I have now is freedom. My freedom to express myself and really have a chance to elaborate on my thoughts on everything. It gave me that opportunity to actually share it with you guys, because see, I was being oppressed, literally. I didn't even know it. See, what I thought was my life falling apart, okay, in 2020, in July, like next month, okay, we're already in June, okay, so fast forward, or sorry, if we were to go back in time and fast forward 1 month from now, 1 month and 5 days, I lost everything. My whole life was flipped upside down. An instant. Like, go from having the house life, the family life, to you're single, you're homeless, you have nothing, you have what's in your bank account, and the clothes on your back. That's it. That's all. I didn't even have a cell phone. No. I had to go and buy one of those pay-as-you-go cell phones, like really, really cheap $100 phone, just so I could get by. So I had a communication device, right? But like I said, thank God I had savings. That's one thing you should do if you're in a serious relationship, especially nowadays in the modern day. Put some money away. Save some money. I know it sounds impossible right now, but just try. Do your best, because you never know. All right? No. Stay away from women who care about going shopping and who care about, you know, how they look, how they dress, the latest fashion. They have to have the latest phone. Stay away from women like that. They will financially drain you, and they will suck the life out of you. All right, now, I speak from experience, because you know what? When COVID happened and my life was flipped upside down, I went back home. I went back east. And at the time was my best friend. Isn't anymore, because I found out that he was just two-faced as well, and a backstabber. Now, when I went back there, I had an epiphany. Right? Here I was, shell-shocked at first, sad, depressed, upset, miserable, can't eat, can't sleep, You know, the first like 72 hours, I was just wired for sound. Like as soon as I had been released after being locked up for 18 hours, I got a hotel room, got showered, ate some McDonald's, and got on a plane. Then the very next day, the next morning, flew back to Toronto, and I got picked up at the airport. And I was beside myself, and I drank myself stupid for a couple days, and then it hit me. Right? It did. I was sitting sitting in my friend's living room, smoking, staring at TV, and I'm like, hang on a second. I look at everything that's going on and all the craziness, and I'm starting to think to myself, I'm like, holy crap, I'm not crazy. Because even here, the numbers aren't adding up, right? And then they were starting to lock people down in sections of the country. And they wouldn't allow you to visit a certain part of the country if you didn't have vaccination status. And I first seen that happening, and when I had mentioned that to my ex, right, before, like, this is going back a month before we had our falling out, she said, that sounds crazy. You're insane. They would never do that to us. They would never try to control us like that. We have freedoms here. This is Canada. I'm like, okay. All right. And when I was back in Toronto, I started seeing it on CP24 on the news, on their 24/7 news, right? And we all watch it back home. We all to see what's happening in Toronto, up to date, up to the minute. And they started talking about locking people down, like closing the country. I thought to myself, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Right? I'm in liberal central for sure. Right? Ontario alone is mainly liberal. It's mainly wokeism. And I had finally realized that it took me being out west already for over 5 years to see it clearly and go back and see how messed up things were back home. And I'm like, this place is it's full of liberal zombies. These people, they make no sense. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Right? I gotta go back to Normalville. Right? I gotta go back to Alberta right now. Right? And I did. I told everybody. I booked a plane ticket. I didn't tell anybody right off the bat. I made a decision on the spot. Right? And I'm only 4 days in. 4 days in from being back home to visit. 4 days in, I already booked myself a plane ticket to leave. Got the cheapest one. It was going to be within 2 days. So I started doing the math. Right? And then I told them. I told everybody. They're like, no. Don't go back to Alberta. Stay with us. Come on. Everybody tried to convince me to stay. Everybody. Like, why are you guys trying so hard to keep me to stay? Right? It's because they needed me back home. They needed my guidance. Because I was the person that guided everybody in the group. In our big group of friends, I was the one that had the smarts. When you think about it, when you look at it from the outside of things, like if you wanted to know who the brains were of the group, it was me. Right? Because they would always ask, "What do you think? What do you think we should do?" And they would come to me and advise. And by the way, I in all fairness, I was the oldest too, right? So, I mean, that's why it comes natural in GTA. Being a leader in GTA just came naturally to me, right? Leading by example. I did that for years, right, with my friends. Half of them didn't end up homeless because I led them by example, and I I carried them. I made sure it didn't happen. I brought some of them into my own home. I made sure they wouldn't go homeless. Understand? Like I would put my neck out there, reputation on the line to get them jobs, this, that, you know, like I was always there for my friends. I was always that person that they could go to, right? And when I went back home and seeing how much of a mess everybody was and how much of a mess their lives were, I'm like, holy fuck, you know, it took 5 years. You guys have gone right downhill. Every last one of you. No wonder why you want me home. It ain't happening. No. Fuck that. This is a zoo. And I told them what I thought. And I told them what was going to happen. I said, you know what's going to happen to this place? Huh? First, they're going to lock it down. Right? They're going to restrict everybody's access in and out of the province. Right? And the cities. And I said, next, I said, things are going to get unaffordable. Because look at this. I was like, this is a disaster. Right? I'm like, what kind of effect do you think it's going to have on mental health on people? Hmm? And this is, mind you, this is, we just came out of, you know, being locked up and everything, right? And from being in lockdown, everybody did. The whole world came out of it, right? And I started explaining to my friends, like, listen, like, I told them, I was like, I was on the airplane. Do you know how wired for sound people are on the fucking airplane, and how strict they are with the mask and shit like that, especially at the airport? I'm like, this place is gonna be nuts, right? Oh my God, V, hi. I'll be praying for you. I know, I was gonna start monitoring that actually here, right around the corner. Now that you brought that up. I kind of got sidetracked here in talking. Glad to see you, though. Nice to see you back at the channel. I'm telling you guys. So, before I get lost in my train of thought, I told everybody what I thought was going to happen. Okay? And it all came true. I said to them, you guys know I've been in transportation my whole life. I'm like, shit rolls downhill, man. I'm like, what do you think's gonna... I'm like, eventually, if people can't afford to eat, or can't afford to pay the bills, what do you think they're gonna do? I said, they're gonna go and rob the stores. I said, you know why they're gonna rob the stores? Because they're wearing masks. Okay? Which hides their identity, which gives them a little bit more of a motivation to go ahead and do it. Not saying you should, and I'm not giving you guys ideas. I mean, obviously people have figured it out by now, but it gave people that extra, you know, push. You know, it gave them that extra sense of confidence, like, hey, I'm wearing a mask, so I'm going to go and do this. Well, a lot of people found out the stupid way what happens when you do shit like that, and people take matters into their own hands. Shop clerks, in general, right? People don't expect that. They think, oh yeah, I'm wearing a mask, and you know, stupid people gather in a group and go, oh yeah, let's go rob this place because we got masks. This'll work. Yeah, we got a vehicle. We'll get away. It'll be fine. Well, of course it doesn't go as planned, ever, right? Nothing ever does. Not when you're criminals, right? And especially not when you're the bright. You're not the brightest light bulbs in the box. And then I said to my friends, and my friends are looking at me horrified, and we're having a conversation. There was about 15 or 20 of us in the living room, and we're all sitting down, and I'm in the center, and I'm the one speaking to everybody. And I said, and they're all shell-shocked. They can't believe what's coming out of my mouth. They think I'm like that I should be taking meds and probably have a straitjacket on and see a room with padded walls, right? Okay. Now, I go on to tell them, I said after that, I said, what do you think's going to happen when the gangsters realize that, and we grew up in the hood, right? I said, what do you think's going to happen? Because I reminded them, I'm like, we grew up in the hood. We're in the hood right now. I said, what do you think's going to happen around here when these people figure out that the stuff that they're stealing and they're trying to sell to people who are broke? and no one gonna be able to buy the merchandise they stole. So it's gonna be end up rendering useless. So now they ain't gonna be able to buy the food anyway. So I said, then you know what's gonna be the next alternative after that? I said they'll move from merchandise to stealing at the grocery stores. And they looked at me and they're like, no. I'm like, what? What do you mean no? How? What do you mean no? I looked at one of them and I pointed her out. I used her as an example. I said, you. I'm not going to mention names, right? I said, you. I said, you got 4 kids, right? What are you going to do when your kids come to you and they're crying with hunger pains and you can't feed them? What are you going to do? She didn't like that reality. She looked at me and she goes, that won't happen. I said, really? What do you mean it won't happen? I said, do the math. It's already happening right now. It's people's reality. I said, shit's slowly rolling downhill. I said, it's only going to get worse. She goes, don't say that. I said, no, I can say that because it's reality. I said, if you want to walk away from reality, you want to stick your head up in the clouds, right? Fine. But eventually you're going to have, your reality is going to pull you out of those clouds real quick and ground your ass, all right? And when that happens, you're going to end up being so shell-shocked that you'll end up going insane because you won't know what to do. Your whole world will come crashing down and falling apart, right? I gave her the simple facts. I said, you know what you're going to do? You know what you're going to do? I said, I know you're a very decent church-going person, right? I said, but you know what you're going to do when you're desperate enough, right? And you have no more money left? I said, you're going to steal, right? You're going to end up stealing, and you will feel guilty about it, but you will do it. I said, your morals and everything else will go out the window. And you know why? I said, because parents will not let their children suffer. Any true parent who loves their children will, the sacrifice a parent will make for their children is something a child will never ever understand, and another human being will never understand. Only another parent who is a parent will be able to look another parent in the eyes and understand that parent, and understand that you would put your life on the line for your child. If it came down to it, you'd do it in a heartbeat. There wouldn't even be a question. You wouldn't even have to question it. It would happen. Done. Right? Oh, yeah. But I mean, it all happened. It all started happening, and then slowly, one by one, they called me freaking out. What's gonna happen next? I said, what do you mean, what's gonna happen next? What do you think I am, some kind of fortune teller now? And they were like, well, yeah. And I said, how do you figure? I said, well, everything you said ever since 2020 has happened. Everything. I said, and so? Do you have a gold star for me or some shit? Do I get an award or what? Is there a prize? What's your point? That's what they kept asking me. So what's next? What's gonna happen next? I said, what the fuck does it matter? I said, you guys called me crazy. You guys said I was insane. And then when I told you guys that they were gonna they were gonna mandate us with vaccines, and they were gonna mandate that at workplaces, you guys thought that was nuts too. I said, you watch, they're gonna try and force us to get vaccinated, and if we don't do it, they're gonna fire us. They're gonna get rid of us. I said, no, they won't. They would never do that. That sounds crazy. And my friends kept arguing the same thing. This is Canada. This is a free country. They would never do that. Like, we have rights and freedoms in this country. We're not a communist China. Okay, I'm like, you joke like that? I said, but this country's turning into communist China, motherfuckers. Okay? You understand? I'm like, the Fruit Loops have turned around and flipped this country upside down. Okay? For instance, Justin Trudeau says, you can't say mankind, you gotta say people kind. because that's more inclusive. Right? We can't say mankind. Mankind get thrown out the window. Right? That man is trying to turn around and basically genderize children and boys into thinking that they're girls, and that it's okay to wear a dress and play with dolls. No. No. Listen. Boys, okay? Let me give you a quick download about boys. We like cars. We like bikes. We like anything to do with outside, right? Anything to do with getting our hands dirty, okay? If it involves a sandbox, we're probably there with our Hot Wheels, all right, and our Tonka trucks. At least I was when I was a kid. Just basically anything outside. We were being kids. We didn't have teachers telling us that, you know, oh, hey, it's okay if you want to dress up like a girl. Why are you even putting that idea in my head? Like, there's kids in school nowadays that are being told that they should be more like girls, and some girls are being told that they should be more like guys. No. Like, we need to put the brakes on that real fast. Really, really quick. Because look at it now. It's like you turn on the news or anything, or basically, no. Society has become the freak show. Okay? You know what? It would probably be great, and I'll sue anybody who turns around and uses my idea, I swear. Okay? But it would probably be a great reality show if we did a show on society and called it the Freak Show. Yeah? Because, yeah, I mean, you ask anybody from my generation, right? If any of this would have flown and passed when we were growing up, nope. Not even a chance. No. No way. No, man. You come out and you come out in society and say that you got three gender, or you're tri-gender and something like that. People are gonna look at you and say you're mentally ill. Because you are. That right there. When you sit there and you're like, I'm a dog. Woof. No. You're mentally ill. Okay. That's Yep. Yeah, you own that one. Yeah, here you go. Here's your ribbon, and just for you, okay? It even spells it out for you in great big capital letters, gold letters, mentally ill. Number 1. That's you. That's for you. Okay? Okay. I mean, that's how we have to start talking to them like children too. I mean, come on. I'm starting to understand Duck Dynasty more and more. Right? I'm starting to understand the Robinson family a lot. Like the older guys. Right? And why they don't want anything to do with society. Yeah. They want to just go and disappear and live off the land. Right? I'm almost at that point. Yeah. I want to get away from society. I don't even want to be anywhere close to it. No. The only society I want to be close to is like a small town environment. You know why? Smaller town environments, they look out for each other. They know the people around there. They don't tolerate bullshit. They got their own way of dealing with things. Major cities, big, highly densely populated areas, no. They don't give a shit. Not to mention, I looked at the situation back home when I was back home, and I couldn't help but realize, and it's already happening. I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. This is not gonna be a safe place. This place, I could already see it. And I don't even want to call them visions. But it was almost like a vision. But I had all these bad feelings of what was about to happen. And it flooded my mind. I couldn't stop thinking about it. And the more I looked around, I was like, these people are gonna end up homeless. Because I know I know the struggles from back home. I grew up in the hood. I grew up poor. I did not have middle class lifestyle, no. So I understood the struggles, and I understood the people, and I knew my community. I knew the people, and you know, you know your community, right? Especially when when you see those people on Sundays, at the local diner, and you meet them for, you go there for Sunday breakfast. Like, I don't know if people still do that anymore. Well, we used to do that, especially growing up. Even with our very busy lives with work, we would still make time, all of us as friends, and we'd go and meet up at a certain restaurant. And we'd be there on Sundays. And we'd always get the same breakfast. Like, we could go in there and the waitress knew us and wouldn't even have to give us a menu. And would bring us the coffee and everything else, like, knew exactly. Like, some of those waitresses, I don't even know how they remembered all that stuff. But, I mean, there was girls there that they knew exactly how I liked breakfast, how I liked my eggs and toast and everything else, and it was just awesome. I could go there, my hash browns are done perfectly, and you name it. So was my bacon. It was awesome. But anyways, I started foreseeing everything that was going to happen. And as I was driving to the airport, I wasn't driving. As I was in the cab going to the airport to catch my flight back to Alberta, I was looking around at the concrete jungle, and I was like, oh, so many people are going to be homeless. They're not going to be able to afford to live. I'm like, holy shit, this place is going to be a cesspool of violence. People are going to die. I'm like, this isn't going to be a safe place, man. I'm like, people are going to turn on each other. The violence is going to spread like wildfire here. I got to get the fuck out of this place. Alright? Got to get far away from this place as possible. Because that's a majorly... how do I put it? That's a... millions of people are there. So think about it, like, you have chaoses, you have problems. The healthcare system there is overrun already, right? It's a overpopulated place to live. There's not enough food to go around to feed everybody. There's, like, you start doing the math, you start doing all the adding up, and they don't realize it. But they started realizing it as things got worse and worse and worse. And the tent cities popped up. And, the person I thought that was my best friend of 14 years, he called me before, I think it was in the new year. Or, yeah, it was, and even right before Christmas. Right. And he's telling me everything that was happening back home. He's like, everything that you said was gonna happen has happened. It's so bad. I said, I know. He goes, I don't know what to do. What do I do? I said, why you ask me? None of you listened to me up until now. Matter of fact, I said, you weren't even supportive to me. You went along with the rest of them and called me fucking crazy. You of all people, I told him, right? You of all people should have known I wasn't crazy. You of all people know me better than anybody. And yet you turn around and you didn't listen to me then. Why are you listening to me now? Why am I going to turn around and waste my time and my effort, my energy on you, when you're not going to listen to me in the first place? I might as well talk to a brick wall. And I'll get the same results. He's like, well, I want to listen. I'm ready to listen. I said, yeah, and a lot of people said that too when Noah was on his boat, right? And they kept screaming at him, let me on the boat. And he was like, no, no, no. No, you fucked up. You called me crazy. Right? You guys were all laughing at me. Who's laughing now? Right? You're knee deep in water and it's still climbing. All right, have fun. Hope you can swim. Like, it's the same thing. I let everybody go. Okay, I cleaned house. I clean slated everything. Well, I hit the reset button. And I'll tell you why. Because they were all still under that woke ideology and trapped and sitting there calling me nuts until what I said was going to happen ended up happening. Right? All the random stuff that I said was going to happen started happening. At first, a lot of them slowly stopped calling me crazy because slowly they were seeing for themselves on social media and on mainstream media that, wow, the violence and the theft is out of control and getting worse. So when they start asking me like, hey, what's gonna happen next? I'm like, now I don't care. I'm not gonna save you. There's no saving you anymore. That's what I told them. There's no saving you guys. You're done. Right? You've already passed point of no return. Right? Now, for those of you, I'm not saying that everybody who got the vaccine is a bad person and that you all lost your rights. No, because some of you were forced and had to do it to keep your jobs. And you still had your morals and values and you still were against it right from the start. And I still respect that big time. The ones I don't respect are the ones that pushed that vaccine on people. And that went gung-ho crazy thinking that that was going to save you. Okay? You're wrong. Okay? And you don't have half a brain. And now see, the people with common sense are starting to wake up and realize that a lot of you don't have common sense, and a lot of you shouldn't even be in power of authority where you're in powers of authority. Like, some of you shouldn't even be running Mickey Mouse's clubhouse. Alright? And yet, some of you are in positions of power in, like, city council and, you know, parliament and, you know, in Capitol Hill. It's like, I follow American politics, and I follow my Canadian politics, and I can tell you, okay, there's stupidity on both sides of our countries right now. And there's some people in the Senate, I shake my head and I'm like, how, who ties their shoes? Like some of those senators who have spoke in the Senate, right? Who have been questioned and dance around and they don't answer questions, just like Justina Trudeau, just like the Prime Minister of Canada here. And I can't help but think to myself, like, who the fuck ties your shoes? Huh? Like, you hear some of these people speak, and I hear them speak, and I look at the screen, and I'm thinking, wow, you can't even fry an omelet. Like, I literally dissect the person just hearing them speak. For the first 60 seconds, I can literally tell how stupid they are. As I have that talent, I can read people like a book now. It's scary. I was blessed. God blessed me with that little talent, which is awesome. Right? I used it to the fullest. At first, it was scary Because at first I started realizing I was blessed with this talent in 2020 when I was starting reading everything that was going on, and I was like, I was reading into things and analyzing things, and it was all making sense to me, but you know, according to the majority of the people that were currently in my life at that time, it didn't make any sense to them whatsoever. I was like, to them I was talking from outer space, right? And they were just looking at me like, huh, kind of thing, right? Like that dumb deer in headlight look. Yeah, like the engine's running but no one's behind the wheel. Yeah, it's like they were listening to everything that came out of my mouth as the years went on, and then up until about, yeah, like October of last year, that's when pretty much everybody kind of died off, and I pretty much cut everybody out of my life. It was like the last of them were dying off anyways, because they just stopped talking to me because everything I had told them was going to happen happened. And they didn't want to talk to me because they knew that if they started talking to me that they were going to, they were going to be the ones that get called crazy, or they didn't want to face the facts that, oh, hey, guess what? I was right and you were wrong, right? And a lot of them just didn't want to own up to the stuff like that, and they knew I was right, so they just stopped talking to me, period. Which is like the trash taking itself out, really. So that was great. You know, that was awesome. It was a bonus, right? One of the greatest things I did that I felt was like, I almost want to say social media is kind of a burden, because when I think about it, when I got rid of Facebook, I didn't delete it or anything, I just stopped using it altogether. I think it was like November of last year or some crap like that. I don't know. Something. It was a long time ago. But I want to say, like, it felt like a burden was lifted off my shoulders, because it's just crammed with toxicity. Yeah. Toxicity, whatever the hell it is. It's one of those damn words. You guys know what I mean. Right? It's just flooded with it. So I avoided it as soon as I started avoiding that. And I don't do the whole Twitter thing or X or whatever. Nothing against Elon Musk or anything. It's just, you know, I don't know. Like, I didn't grow up in that era. It's not a necessity to me. I can literally I can put my phone down and not. I don't have to worry about looking at it or anything. Like, I can leave it alone for hours upon hours and not care about it. I mean, half the time when it does ring, I look at it and I'm like, oh man, really? I have to answer you? Shit. Like, to my generation, it's kind of like an inconvenience having a phone. Because in my generation, we got when cell phones became popular, okay? People like me, I was just like in the transportation industry, and guess what they did to us? Okay. This thing ended up being something that you had, this was a trap. Understand? Because you know what work did? Work was like, oh, we got a company cell phone. So you get a company cell phone, you get a company cell phone, and guess what? When I was growing up, there was no such thing as when you left work, that work was at work. Not if you had a work phone. No. No. If you had a work phone and that thing went off, guess what? You're going to work. It don't matter what fucking time it is. It don't matter what you're in the middle of doing. Hey, you didn't answer your phone. I need you at work. How come you didn't answer the phone? We left you a message. Blah 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 blah. Like, they're on your ass if you don't even answer. You better get back to them within an hour, or they're gonna be calling you and calling you and calling you. Where are you? Where are you? We need you to work. We need you to come to work right now. One big mistake I made, it gave me a violent push and shove out to driving on the road, is I used to be in the desk. I used to be in dispatch. Yeah. Never, ever, ever sign yourself on salary. No. Just don't. Just don't. Not even now. No. Do hourly or contract. Contract, set pay, set hours. Okay? Because when you go salary, oh, they make it sound nice. Oh shit, yeah, they did. Yep. You know, they made it sound great. You know, I put time in the parts department and the shop, right? They made it sound awesome. Like, hey, come in the office. It's gonna be great. You know, we'll give you the training and blah 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 and for the computers and stuff like that. And hey, man, like, you guys know I'm a nerd, so the whole computer thing's gonna come right at. It'll be fine, right? And it's gonna be great. You know, we'll give you a set amount of money each month, right? You're gonna, yeah, they made it sound awesome. They're like, you're gonna have so many days off, right? You don't even have to work a full work week. That's how they sold it to me. On, like, I remember it clearly, right? Because they made it sound awesome. I get to use the kitchen and everything, and like I cook, all kinds of stuff. And at 13, I didn't even know it was illegal at the time. They had me working 13-hour shifts. 13 hours on nights from 6 p.m. until 7 a.m. in the morning. By myself, by the way. Yeah. I was in charge of a fleet of 197 trucks. Yeah. At the age of 19. Fucking, who in their right mind would do shit like that? Listen, that was the kind of responsibility we had at my age, though. Right? At my age, adults could look at people in my age bracket and understand that we knew what we were doing because we had morals and values. Not like nowadays, you wouldn't be able to no. A 19-year-old would never ever, in their right mind, right now, in this day and age, no 19-year-old would ever be able to hold down a fleet of 197 trucks on night shift, know what they're doing, be able to stare at 3 computer screens, answer a bunch of phones at the same time, do emails, right? And fax shit. Yeah. No. Not to mention work 13 hours. I mean, I see YouTube videos right now of the modern generation crying and whining about working at Starbucks for 6 hours in a row, not being able to keep up with orders. That's cute. My first job was delivering newspapers, right? In all the elements, by the way. Okay. On a Friday. And I had to get newspapers done quick times because I had hockey. Alright. And then the very next day I had hockey again, early in the morning. Sometimes we were on the ice at 6 a.m. On the ice at 6 a.m. Do you understand? Now, some of you are going, that's an ungodly hour. And I'll agree with you. It is. 100%. Okay? I will give you the high five on that one, yeah. And agree. It is gross to be up at that time of the hour. Let alone be in equipment. Be on the ice. On the cold ice. Damn it. Like, you're not even warm. Right? Like, you're the first ones on the ice. Right? On a Saturday morning, you're the very first ones. The arena is fucking cold, man. You know? Cold doesn't even prescribe it. There's Shug, right on. What's going on, Shug? Yeah. See? I can move my fingers around the keyboard pretty quick because I mean I had to ever since I was, I don't know, ever since I took computer class in like grade 6 or 7, some crap like that, when they taught us how to type. And back then we were loading games up through DOS menu, and I don't even think that half of you would know what DOS is. So, yeah. 6 a.m. though. I'm telling you. the modern day generation right now out there, you guys wouldn't survive the life that we lived. My generation, we are warriors. You don't want to mess around with my generation or the generation ahead of me. I'm not even kidding you. We've been through hell and back. Right? We are the definition of tried, tested, and true. Yeah. Because you guys in the modern day generation, you guys had everything made for you already. Yeah. You walked into technology. You walked into the internet. Like, you've known the internet since you were in diapers. Us? No. No. We watched the internet become reality. Literally, we watched the internet become into society, born. Right? Literally be born. Good. Just on another rant. I almost feel sorry for my fans. Almost. But then that feeling quickly passed. Yeah. Because I gotta take a leak. You guys are all getting put on hold. Alright. I'll grace you all with my presence again. Shook, what the hell are you doing? Let's see if he needs some sale help. Oh wait, what did he say? Oh yeah, everything is fucked up these days, dude. Just look at society. And V, you know what? I was thinking the other day, like, you know how I was on that thing, like I was gonna stay sober and shit like that, and then I keep looking at society and stuff like that, and I'm like, you know what? I'm drinking my way to society's collapse. I really am. Because, you know what? At this point, it's not gonna fucking matter. No. We are doomed. Like, there's no saving us eventually. Like, I already know. And I've already warned people and let them know. Like, the Lord's coming. Right? Jesus is coming soon. Okay? He's not gonna tell you when. It's kind of like, he's kind of like a teenager that you told, like, be home by 11, and he's, you know, he's gonna sneak in past 11 o'clock. Definitely. That's how it's gonna work. God's not gonna announce to the whole world and be like, oh hey, by the way, guess what? This Thursday, 3 o'clock. All right, be prepared. All right. Well, I'm coming. 3 o'clock, Thursday. Right? He's not. No, we're not getting a mass email saying that shit. He's not gonna yell it out in the rooftops. No, nothing. If you're hearing, if you're out and about, and I kid you not, if you think you've heard the faint sound of trumpets in the distance, then you're one of those fortunate people. That's your sign. That's the sign he's coming. Because I'm not the only one that hears it. Random people have been making videos about that on YouTube lately. And they're hearing it all over the world. Right? Especially in places where they have really massive natural disasters right now. So who's to say if we have a year or 2 years? 5 years, I don't know about the 5 year. 5 year would be pushing it because society's in collapse mode and traveling that way in the fast lane.
What can I do for you?
It's like with the accelerator stuck to the floor. Yeah. Like eventually we're gonna run out of road.
I'll take care of the food. Right? You take care of the company.
Eventually society
what vehicle should I tell them you want?
Collapse at some point.
Oh, hi.
Do I have sales? Oh shit. No. I don't think so. Okay, hire me, I'm good. Good to go.
Did I mention that I have an MBA? So long. Hello.
No.
Remember, I'll do anything as long as
GTA.
it's legal. Ish.
Because we get to do what we want in GTA.
Have a good day.
So, this is actually when a lot of people sit there and say like, oh, you get bored of GTA? GTA is boring, blah blah blah. You know what? It is the best escape.
Hi there. How can I help you?
From the bullshit.
Let me know what you want, and I'll tell the Pegasus people to get it ready. You got a nice fleet, boss.
I know I got a nice fleet. There we go.
They're bringing your personal vehicle around right now.
I believe I can fly. You know the joke is white man can't jump? Well, white man can fly. Thanks to the thruster. No. Right? I've always had a sense of humor. Don't ever take what I say to heart or to seriousness, okay? I try to make everybody laugh. And for those of you who are not familiar and don't know me, okay? One or two things are going to happen when you come to this channel, okay? One, you're either going to be laughing with me, huh? Or you're going to be laughing at me, okay? That's it. You're either going to have shit to say about me, or you're going to be like, he's right. Yeah, or you're going to be like, you're going to sit there, you're going to be shaking your head after listening to me and going, he needs some fucking help, man. That guy is fucked. That's that's basically my conclusion, when, especially after listening to myself, and I think to myself, I'm like, yeah, that, you know, yeah, I make sense there. Wow, that sounds out to lunch. Right? I'm just like, yep. That made me sound a little crazy, didn't it? But then again, I think to myself, hang on, I'm not so crazy. No, because I look at the freak show that's happening in society. I mean, all you have to do is turn on mainstream media news for 5 minutes at 6 o'clock. All right, and if that doesn't throw you for a loop, lefties losing it. All right. There's an Australian co-host or host. She does an awesome show. She does the lefties losing it. I mean, you could see them all over YouTube, right? You can't miss them. The alphabet community, the woke, the delusional, the far left, right? They've got, like, this stupidity now is out there, and it's like a disease, you know? Like, you want to avoid those people. You want to avoid the lefties, especially like the whole show, The View. Come on, all right. That just says it all right there. As soon as he leaves, I'm calling my jet. I mean, The View, the show The View, that's got woke written all over it. All right, each and every one of them are woke. Yeah. I mean, they've gone mental. It's like, my generation is slowly disappearing. And no, we're not dying off. We're just turning around and not wanting to have any part in this bullshit. What's going on? No. Fuck. I don't fuck with society. No. I want no part of it. I got nothing to say to them. I'm good in my own world, doing my own thing online. Hell, I don't even need a wife. Yeah. Like, men have realized, especially myself, you don't need women in your life to make you happy. Hell no. Having a serious relationship with a woman, living with a woman, man, that requires work. And then some. That's like going to work and never leaving, and never getting paid for overtime. Yeah. It's exciting at first. Any relationship is. Sex is great at first, and then that slowly dies off because you're too tired, and you know you've had an irritating day, and you're cranky at each other, and you just and then you don't do the same things anymore. For that person, you're not in the puppy stage of love mode. You're in the oh, we got responsibilities and shit, and you start arguing about fights and money and all that kind of other shit. Now, take my advice, don't take my advice, but here's the best advice I can give any one of you, okay? For those of you who are already living together and your relationship's working out and you're happy together, that's great, that's fantastic. Some people can do it, some people can't. Men, modern day men, do not, I repeat, do not move in with a woman and give up your freedom. I don't care how good the sex is, okay, or what you're getting, right? Salute from New York City. Nice. What's up, New York? New York never sleeps. Alberta saying hello from Canada. If you are thinking about getting serious with somebody, if you're thinking about taking that next step and moving in together, you're thinking that's going to be great, just remember one thing, okay? She's got her way of doing things you've got doing things. You're completely two different people. Everything outside of the bedroom, you don't have to share everything. The responsibility of the chores, the bills, okay? You have to have a clear understanding of where you guys meet in the middle and all of that stuff, because you can't go into it thinking, like my ex, for instance, where she can blow all her money, but my money has to pay all the bills, and then God forbid I turn around and buy something with my money, because then because that's I'm spending money. So, and Chuck, am I flying this sucker, or are you flying this? Because you can fly it, I know you can. It's just big ass, that's all. Like, I don't even know why they put the plane in the game. It is useless. Absolutely useless. You can buy it, and it doesn't even do nothing. Like, if it carried some things and something, then that'd be cool, but no, it doesn't. Anyways, back to the relationship part. So, we're thinking of... So, that's where I left off on, right? Right. Okay, so... Now, the problem with that is, once you do move in together, let's say you have your first argument. You need your own space. Separate, you're still in the same house. But you still really don't have space. Well, the reason I say this is eventually you're going to have fights anyways. But you're going to provoke each other. Why? Because you'll know exactly how to piss that person off. And then you'll do things around the house to piss that person off. Then, instead of that place feeling like home, now all of a sudden that place feels like a trap. And you start hating your environment. You start hating the person you're with. And then you start finding little nitpick of things that they do that annoy the crap out of you. Then it's a constant fight of who's doing what for chores, arguments constantly, and some of you might say, well, you can easily solve that problem, just go for a walk or a drive, whatever, blah blah blah. Okay, well, it only works for an hour or so. Right? You still gotta go home and deal with it. And then, at the end of it, what ends up happening in relationships, when they're fighting, when they're arguing, they're fighting, you supersede. And eventually, you won't like each other. You say hurtful things. Eventually, one of you are going to end up leaving and having to find a new home all over. And it's going to be hell. You're not gonna like it. You're gonna lose your stuff. You're gonna feel insecure. You're not gonna have any securities. Everything's gonna be flipped upside down. So to avoid all that stuff, because hey, I've gone through it 3 times. 3 times. Yeah. After the 3rd time, did I learn my lesson? You betcha. And guess what? I got a strict policy. Anybody I ever date, if I do decide to get into a relationship, or if I do date somebody, they have their place and I have mine. That's how that stays. Right? Sure, maybe if I get comfortable with you after some time, I might, maybe, and it would be a far stretch, let you stay over at my house and stay the night. Because my home now is my safe place. It's my space, my things. I'm not losing my possessions. I already lost my possessions 3 times. I had to rebuild my life. This was the 4th time. So in 2020, I made a decision. I made it a policy to myself. If we ever get, I told myself, if we ever get in a relationship with somebody ever again, they have their place and I have my place, and we're going to keep that policy. Because I've been convinced before, oh, we should move in together. It's great. We can spend so much more time together. Yeah, I'll never do that again. No. Never. Guess I want to come into your house for a sleepover. No. God, no. That's what hotel's for. No, I have to, I have a very strict policy now. I have to be extremely comfortable with somebody and know them before I'll consider allowing them into my home. It's not anything against you, V, you know, like you specifically. It's just now I have a very strict policy on that. And the big thing in the relationship thing for me is that when I do find that person and get serious with that person, if that ever happens, I'm not looking for it, but I mean, if it happens, it happens. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'll know that if I'm out with that person and enjoying time with them, and then that time goes sour, and yeah, you're understanding where I'm going with this. Like, let's say you're out with that person, and okay, so that date or that time didn't go as planned, and let's say an argument kicks up or something. We're human beings. We're not always going to agree on the same things, right? So let's say something comes up. Who knows? We'll just spit out something hypothetical. You know, like you end up having a big argument where you're kind of yelling at each other. Not really yelling at each other, but you're saying hurtful things, and you're irritating each other. And the last thing you want to do is be getting in the car together and driving home. You're definitely going to want, exactly, I don't have time for bullshit either, so it's simple that it's better to have a mindset. You will have a more comfortable mindset about the relationship with that individual, and you'll be able to actually go somewhere with that relationship, knowing that you have your own safe space, you have your own space. So if that person pisses you off, see you the fuck later. Bye. I'm going home. I don't need your shit. Bye. Later. Right? Versus, shit, I have to go home with this person. And you go home with the person, and it doesn't matter if you don't speak on the way home. That's not solving the problem. The problem's still going to be there because you're in the same place as them, and you can't even stand that. You don't even want to be around the person, let alone being trapped in the same place with them. Believe me, I've been there, done that. Like, my ex was one of them, man. Like, my ex was one of those people that she'd start with you, and then she'd try to escape from her and say, leave me alone. And I'd try to go in another room, close the door, and say, leave me alone. I need my own space. No. Fuck that. Don't harass her. No, you can't make this stuff up. She'd get right on you. Right up in your face, too. It's like, get out of my face. Like, just give me my own space right now. Right? I don't even want to talk to you. Like, I'm not even pushing the issue here. You are. Like, get the fuck away from me kind of thing, right? It never happens. So, after all that in life, and in 2020 when I lost things all over again, and I had to pick up everything and put everything back together again, I made it a very strict policy. And I also made it a policy to help educate others on that. And let you guys know. And for that matter, women too. Because, hey, it's not just women who are fucked up when it comes to relationship and living together. It's men too. Yeah. We're not the easiest to live with and get along with. Yeah. Like, I know that. I'm a guy. Right? Now, I also someone snores beside me, I'm awake the whole night. Okay? I can't stand it. Okay? That was one thing with my ex. I would get shit all the time. What are you doing sleeping over there? I can't fucking sleep in the same bed as you. Are you serious? One night I turned around and I recorded everything that she was doing. I recorded like a good 2 or 3 minutes of her snoring. Like, you hear that shit? I'm like, that sounds like a grown-ass man, fucking old-ass man who's like deep sleep snoring. Like a freight train. And how does that come out of you? Right? How's that come out warm like that? Because like, if you were to look at her and if you were to hear the sounds of it coming out of her mouth and everything else at sleep, like how? How is that even possible? Like, no way. Absolutely not. Well, man, as soon as that one goes to sleep, fuck. Shit. It's like you're gonna be awake for good. Permanently. Like, I think in the first little bit in the relationship when I was with her, this is my daughter's mother I'm talking about. I used to come home from beers and that would basically put me to sleep. I'd have like a 6-pack or something like that, right? And I'd be able to sleep past her snoring, or at least sleep to my alarm. But when there was nights where I went to bed without having any drinks, just went to bed normally and tried to go to bed normally, and she'd fall asleep before me, whoa, all of a sudden it's like, what the fuck? Suddenly, for no reason, I'll be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that would be my instant reaction. I'll be like, get the fuck away from me. What do you think you're doing? For instance, if I'm in a deep sleep, don't shake me and don't try to grab me or anything like that. Because I fling my arms. I don't know why. I go into defense mode way fast. So you're better off just to let me wake up. And I can wake up on my own perfectly fine. It's like unless the place is on fire, and unless it's a life or death situation, and it's extremely important. Yeah, I just leave it alone, honestly. Any one of my exes will tell you that. Even my brother will tell you that. I'm sure I learned the hard way a few times. Mind you, though, my brother's the same way, though. When he sleeps, it's kind of weird. He likes to walk in his sleep. Yeah. I learned about not waking people up in their sleep when I was younger. And never, after that, I can't recall if it ever really happened again when we were growing up. But I think I was 10 or 11. It was like, all I heard was footsteps. It was my brother. And like, he goes running down the stairs, and this is the middle of the night. Okay? It's like dark everywhere. And we live in a small town, so it's quiet. He starts screaming. I'm getting freaked out. I don't know what the fuck is going on, right? I seen my brother go past my bed with his eyes closed, and apparently he knows where he's going. That scared the shit out of me. I didn't know what the hell was going on, right? I'm trying to process it. I'm thinking in my head, like, did he just run past me with his eyes closed and fly down the stairs? And did he just open the back door? I heard the back door of the house open. I'm like, shit. I go running down the stairs there. Shit enough. He's gone down the street. He's taken off. He's at full speed down the street. like as if he's Terry Fox running it, like sprint for a marathon, like he's in a race or something. I don't know where he's going, but he's going there fast. And I freak out. I'm monitoring the situation. I'm yelling at him to stop. Okay? And it's really freaking me out now because he still has his eyes closed and he's screaming. I don't know what he's saying, but he's saying a bunch of weird stuff. He's pointing up the sky here and there, and I'm like, holy crap. I made the mistake of waking him up. Holy fuck. Don't, when someone sleepwalks, don't wake them up. No. It was very scary. It was even more scarier than watching him walk around with his eyes closed. He lost it. Freaked out at me. Didn't even know who I was. Like, flailing his arms at me, trying to kick the shit out of me and everything. I'm like, whoa. Just losing one. Didn't even realize I was his brother or nothing. Like I was something completely different. Like to him, I wasn't his brother. I was something completely different. I don't even know. I mean, because even, well, not to this day, because we don't talk, but I remember I asked him about it a few years back, and he still don't remember it. He didn't remember doing anything. When he came to, when he finally snapped out of it, he didn't even know where he was. That's what I was trying to process. Can you imagine trying to process all that? You're seeing it all happen, and then he finally comes out of it. You're looking around at him too, and like your parents got him calmed down in the house and everything, and you're in the living room, and he finally snaps out of it, and he starts crying because he doesn't even know what's going on. And he's freaking out, right? He's trying to process all of a sudden, and he got out of bed, and he's being told all this stuff, and that doesn't sit well with him even more because he goes into more panic shock mode because he's trying to process everything that's going on, right? And here I am too. I'm just standing there downloading everything and trying to soak it all up into my mind and process everything that just happened, right? It's all fucked up. As I went on in years, my exes told me, "You're violent." I went, "In your sleep." "Oh, what are you talking about?" "Yeah, I tried to wake you up, and I almost got knocked out." "What? What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Yeah, you're violent in your sleep." I'm like, "Okay, well, then don't try to wake me up." Like, I don't know what I'm doing then. Like, so it would make a clear example. Maybe you should wake me up when I'm sleeping. I'm not trying to, again, I'm not the one that's out there causing harm, but I know you learn these things.
Time to get paid. Take the vehicle to terminal. Everything is set up for it to be shipped over to Yusuf in Liberty City. I told him all about it.
Nice. Give him an escort for his delivery. Not that he'll need it, but why not? Go to sleep. Go to sleep in the morning. Don't have something there. Because I've really had to notice that because my whole life I was used to living with something. I was always used to being in a relationship. It was only until 2020 that I really got to focus on myself and be single. And really experience what it's like to have actual freedom and to be able to be me. And have my own boundaries and set my own boundaries for myself. And make sure sure that I have that respect for myself as well, and that I don't let anybody else disrespect that. It's very important. And I start running into those bonds. I like the fact that I don't have to ask somebody what they want for dinner. I can go ahead and make my own dinner. I don't have to tell anybody where I'm going. Because I don't have to report to nobody. I don't have to tell anybody when I'm coming home. Yeah. It's my home. If I don't want to do the dishes today, I don't do the dishes today. That's never happened, never will happen, okay? I would have to be seriously deathly ill, okay? And suffering from diarrhea and puking. And I'd probably still find a way to get into the kitchen and do the dishes. To be honest. I'm just one of those people, I can't live in a mess. Huh? I can't. I just can't. That's another thing. Right? You learn these things when you're living with somebody.
Jamal brings me good news.
When you have a relationship with somebody, they might not be as clean and organized as you. Alright? And then they start messing up your stuff. And then next thing you know, you go to look for something and you can't find it. Like, where the fuck? Where is this? Right? Suddenly something's not where you normally put it. That's gonna irritate you. Alright? If you're one of those people like me, I don't leave a water mess. I only use enough water. Like, when I brush my teeth, I turn the water on to wet the toothbrush, and then I turn the water off. I put toothpaste on, now brush my teeth. Okay? I only use the water that I need. I don't let the water sit there and run. Kind of thing. Alright? And I certainly don't like making a mess. Like around the sink, right? Or even the water mess that gets splashed up on the here. I don't like that. I can't. My ex did that all the time. I like going to the bathroom, do her thing in the morning and whatnot, and be in the shower or something, do my own thing, and that one would leave the bathroom, walk away. Or I get out of the shower and go and do my thing at the sink, look at the sink. What the hell happened here? Huh? It's like a war zone. Disorganized, dysfunctional fucking makeup here, there, eyelash, this fucking all over shit, all kinds of stuff all over the sink, you name it. The mirror's been hit with something, like there's water pile all over the place, and you question them about it, and they look at you like, oh, me? I didn't do that. Hello, you're the only other person, and you clearly know that wasn't me, because I'm not like that. And number two, I don't wear makeup. Like, I don't even mess around. That was my biggest thing with my ex, was what started most of the arguments. Because I'm a clean and organized person, and I've always been like that. I've always had to be, especially when I was driving a truck. I had to be organized. My logbook had to be done. You had to run a tight ship. So I kind of continued running a tight ship at home. I brought my work ethic with me at home and installed it into home. Right? So for me, I'm not one of those people who look at it and like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. It's like, no, I have a routine. The house gets vacuumed on certain days. Okay, the dishes don't get left in the sink. Okay, it's rare. And if I do leave a dish on the counter or something like that, it only lives on the counter for maybe 5 hours tops, if that. Right. After that, I'll end up going to the kitchen and getting some water or another coffee, and I'll end up seeing, if I see something in the sink, I'll wash it. That's just how I am. If something's in the dish rack and it's drying and it's dry, and I itching for something out of the fridge. Like, I've been on the live stream, you guys see me on the live stream, all of a sudden I disappear for like 5 minutes. That's because I'm putting dishes away, or I'm doing something in the kitchen. I've noticed that something needs to get done, and I'm gonna do it. Right? And the washing machine stops, like the laundry machine. If I notice that it stops, and if I'm doing this, I wait till I'm done to finish up the sale or whatever I'm doing, and then I go and switch the laundry. I'm just that person. I won't leave it. I won't leave my clothes in the dryer either. Can't stand that. Can't stand dirty bathroom. And I'm one of those people that when I shower, I like to, if I have an older towel, I like to keep your older towels do come in handy. So when I bought the new set of towels, I took one of the older ones and I used it as an inside wipe for the shower. So when I'm done the shower, wiped inside the shower, hang that towel up to dry, and you got your shower's all nice and dry. You won't have to worry about mold. You won't have to clean your shower as often, because you won't have the chance to have water build up. Yeah, crap. Makes sense? Makes sense. Same thing with my laundry. As I stare at it, speaking of which, I'm staring at a pile of laundry right now, but on the last break there, I turned around and I pulled those clothes out in my towels. Out of the dryer, and I'll deal with it, but I won't leave it till tomorrow kind of thing. But it'll get done today. I just don't procrastinate. That's what I was looking for there. Yeah. I'm not a procrastinator. I like to be hands-on and get it done. Because if I don't get it done, it's gonna haunt my mind. Yeah. Like, well, for instance, if I know I have, I'll just use this as an example. This will be a good one. If I know I have clothes in the washing machine, I am one of those people that it's going to live in the back of my mind that I have to switch that. I can't, I mean, I probably could if I put it in good effort into it, but I just don't have the mindset to be able to tell my mind, I'll get that later. I'll switch it later. My mind just won't work like that. My mind will sit there and worry, I'll have the headset on and I'll slide the headset off and I'll go quiet for a second. Like, do I still need a machine? Yeah. Has it stopped? Okay, I'm gonna switch it. Right? It'll haunt my mind until it's done. That's the thing. Some people, it doesn't haunt their minds. How the hell? Some of you, and this is where I get back to it. This is the important thing about serious relationships. Knowing things about yourself. My ex was one of those people that she could leave her clothes lying on the floor and it didn't bother her. I can't. If I see a piece of clothing on the floor, it's going off the floor. It was very strict in my house as I was growing up as a kid. We were not allowed to have dirty clothes on the floor. If you pulled bad action like that, that would get your ass a belt. Yeah. You can get laced with a belt for sure on that. Yeah. That's just unacceptable. You don't do that. You have to make sure you're back with me too. I don't understand how some people can just literally leave in their beds and look at it and be like, yeah, I'm not going to make that. Really? No? Okay. Okay. Your clothes on the floor, yeah, they're just going to pick themselves up. Alright? Same with the bathroom. Same with the bathroom mirror, right? If you know for a fact that you're the one that just, you know, you're doing your thing, washing your face, you're doing your morning thing, whatever, getting ready. But then you leave the mirror like the bathroom just a scene of a war zone. Somebody went to war in the bathroom and nobody cleaned up the mess. Right? The evidence is everywhere. I can't function like that. I just maybe it's just me. I don't know. I got a stamp this. I don't know how some people can even live in their own filth, but they do. Yeah. I really don't know how. Wait, no. Let me tell you something. I did household moving for years. Some of the houses that I went into, I've seen all walks of life. I've seen pretty much, I don't want to say every race, but I've seen pretty much how every race on the planet lives. And it's interesting to say the least. Yeah. I mean, lots and lots of people are different. For instance, I'm not going to mention any names, and I'm not going to mention when this happened, to obviously protect anybody's identity or anybody to be shamed of it. And I'm not shaming them, but at the same time, and I absolutely downright refuse this one. It was my very first time ever. I got into the customer's house, and I was going to be moving this person into another province, long road trip, and anyways, we go do the walkthrough. I'm going into the house. This guy's got 3 cats, 4 dogs. I have nothing against animals. I'm an animal lover. It's just that when you let your animals shit and piss all throughout your house, and you could smell it. Oh my god, the ammonia was just, the place reeked. But on the outside, the house was brand new looking. Immaculate. Immaculate yard. Vehicles, like high-end vehicles, high-end house, high-end neighborhood, but on the inside, holy shit, literally, like we're talking like there was dog shit all over the house and cat shit, and oh, and it's like, how do you live like this? How can you stand living like this? And the person was normal functioning. Because before you guys ask, like, oh hey, hang on, did that person have a disability? Were they, were they disabled somehow? Maybe they weren't able to. No. This person was fully able, worked full time. Just was absolutely downright lazy. Like, we didn't even get 5 minutes into walking in the house before, like, he was trying to bring us through the house, and like me and the guys, and I stopped him. I was like, listen, I gotta stop you right here. This is a health hazard. And me and the guys are not touching anything in your house. I'm telling you that right now. I refuse to put anything from your house on my truck. Period. Okay? Let's just get that. Oh, I'm gonna call dispatch. I said, you go right the fuck ahead and call dispatch. Matter of fact, you tell my dispatcher to come down here and take a look at the situation. I'm gonna save you. While you turn around and call him, matter of fact, I'm going to turn around and get a hold of him right now. And I got on the phone with dispatch. They tried to tell me, oh, you got to make an exception for this person, right? He's in service and stuff like that. That respect for people in the service too. My family was in the service, and I highly respect that. But at the same time, I said, this is a fucking health hazard. And I'm not going in there. And neither are the guys. I'm not, no. And for that matter, I said, none of this shit's coming out my truck. Period. This is a liability. Period. Like, get down here and take a look at it for yourself, if you don't believe me. Really, this is a corporate. I don't give a fuck what kind of account it is. Right? Understand? Get your ass down here and do it. Yeah, I'm out of here. Bye. And I don't know. I did a lot of like non-Mickey Mouse moving type deal. When I say household moving, I'm like, we did high end house moving. Like we're the most expensive kind of company to hire. One of them. I work for a corporation that has NHL contracts and military and police contracts and stuff like that. Like you need clearance to be in certain places. Right? We deal with like the NHL and the NBA, you know, those clients and stuff like that, right? So I've seen all walks of life. Just because things look nice and fancy and great on the outside doesn't mean they're always great on the inside. You'll save yourself a lot of money, a lot of life stress. You'll probably add 10 years to your life by taking my advice on this when you are in a serious relationship. If you are thinking about
Okay, we're gonna sell this stuff, and there might be a cash bonus in it as
well. Moving in together. Just remember your rights and freedoms that you have. Remember the things that you enjoy doing without anybody interrupting you and without anybody judging you. For example, I'm playing video games right now on a Saturday. If I was with my ex, I would not be able to get away with this right now. See how I said, and I make it sound like I wouldn't be able to get away with it? Because that person would dictate my life and want me to do things that she wants me to do, that they want me to do, and have to spend time with them and do what they want to do, not what I want. What do you think I'm doing right now? I'm doing what I want. I have the freedom to do what I want, to enjoy it. I want somebody questioning me. What are you doing playing video games? What do you think you're doing? Like, why would you ask the stupidest, obvious questions? Like, don't come at me and say, what are you doing? Well, I have a controller in my hand. I'm looking at a screen. Believe this unless you've seen it, but I'm actually controlling what's happening on the screen with this device here. So it's called playing video games. I don't know why you ask me. Right? When people ask me, I'm that asshole that turns around and I give you a smart ass answer. If you ask me a stupid question, I'm gonna give you a fucking stupid answer. You know what I mean? Like I'm just that asshole. And I can't help it. I can't shut that off. It's just standard procedure. Over it like that. I can't ignore stupidity. I call it stupidity as I see it. Oh yeah. I can't sugarcoat anything. Wanna know why? Because people very important in life, always be real. Be fake. Be real. People will respect you more when you're real with them. If they find out you're fake, and you try to pretend to be something that you're not, because you have no respect. Okay. So I took that card. Kept that straight mindset. Well, it turns out we didn't really touch base on well, you know, you shouldn't be so straightforward and blunt in your relationship, because turns out a lot of these things go for us. I mean, I have feelings too, but turns out when you give people reality business, i.e. the facts, and they don't like being hit with reality because they've been lied to, and like it's been sugar-coated for them their whole life, suddenly you're a bad guy. So that's why I love you. Should you gotta come over here, dude? Had to remind my friends. Okay, I'll give you my opinion on this, and I'll let you know. Keep in mind, your feelings might get hurt. Right? That's just facts. Honcho, what's going on, dude? We're chilling with Shook, we're making money in GTA. You should join up. I'm surprised you're not on the barbecue. Saturday. Something in the fire in a few hours. After the sun disappears, holy crap, the sun's directly on my barbecue right now. If I go out there and barbecue, I'm gonna end up eating the barbecue. I don't barbecue in the afternoons. It's so tempting. Very, very tempting. But unfortunately, the sun is on this side. It wants to cook you. In Alberta, the sun likes to cook you. Yeah. It's almost like you would consider taking humidity, the kind of humidity you have to deal with. But I don't like humidity. I'll rather deal with the sun that can bake in a spot. Right? You can literally take an egg onto the pavement, crack an egg, and then that sucker's cooking. That's where the temperatures are at now. We're on the kind of temperatures that sets things on fire here. Yeah. It gets dry out here like a matchbox, and then next thing you know, you got people out there for a rip on their four-wheelers or trying to have a good time, a campfire, may not put it out properly, embers get in here, and then next thing you know, we got forest fires all over the place. Shook, man. This is why we don't do the nightclub thing. I need it. This damn thing is slow as hell even when you beat it up. And I can't stand the scoop on the front of that truck. When I have one, I get to clip caught everywhere. That's why I don't bring that truck out. That truck pissed me off last time, and I swore never again. No, I know why actually. Wait, you were actually in that live stream with me, Shook. turned around and I ended up putting that truck in the water. It irritated me. Because I went back there somewhere. I went ripping around there like it was Fast and Furious, like I normally would. I ended up misjudging my slide, and I ended up sliding that truck right into the rushing water in the river. And it turns out, as soon as you do that, boom, instant. And I was doing the 3, so it won't matter. If he was to screw up that truck right now, he's not going to get paid for the 2 drops already. He would pay nothing. He'll lose everything. That's what pissed me off. See, we used to, Shook did it too, we used to use, when we had to constantly take, see, I don't even have to give an escort. I'm used to doing it, because we had to do everything in public lobbies. Everything. Anything to do with business and making money had to be done in public lobbies. It couldn't be done in a friend's lobby or crew-only lobby. That just wasn't an option back then. We only got that option made available to us last summer. Or might have even been the summer before that. Either way, we wouldn't do sales unless we were together. So I wouldn't touch my club until Shook came on. Or vice versa, or anybody else in our clan, the same thing. One would be doing driving, the other one would be doing the escort. If there was 2 of us available, 2 of us would be doing the escort, and 1 would be doing the driving. We made mad money that way. Ridiculous money. We were collecting bonuses left, right, and center. We go into a public lobby, own sales. We go in there, go into a public lobby just to get sales done. It was fun. Peaceful doing the comfort. Own hobby. Make money. And create some wicked content with it. So think about this. GTA literally gives you the building blocks for the entertainment business, really. Do you think that I would not, or do you think that I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't find it entertaining? And for that matter, I enjoy entertaining you guys. Because it allows me to number one, have my brain thinking. Okay? Because I'm constantly thinking of new things. I'm thinking of things to do in GTA. So my brain's always thinking of new things, developing. I'm constantly doing things on the fly. And, what is it? Imagination, that's what it is. It allows you to use your imagination and, step away from, if you even want to call that reality, it's not. It's the furthest thing from reality.
Hey, you made the sale.
What do you mean? You get creative with it, especially nowadays. The YouTube thing, and the sky's the limit on what you can do. Right? You make up your whole scenarios and whatnot. You put on a whole movie show for people, do missions, and you guys see the stuff I do. I do all kinds of crazy stuff, right? I could definitely have a spot in Hollywood, but here's the thing, I would never work for Hollywood. Oh God, no. No, that spells fake with a capital F, okay? And for that matter, I'm independent, I would never sell myself out. No. No way. never sell myself out to a corporation. Because I will not allow myself to be owned and told what I can and can't say for any type of amount of money. That's just not going to happen. And for that matter, here's the thing. I wouldn't be able to live up to that. I know I'd fail. I would fail in a heartbeat. I'd fail within the first hour. Kidding? My mouth has no filter. Right? I have a hard time keeping up with my mind. Right? I have a hard time keeping up with the stuff that's coming out of my mouth. Let alone try to regulate it. Okay? I almost have to hire a regulator. Which I'm probably certain that there's probably somebody out there somewhere right now thinking of some way to regulate people's speech. By audio or something. Guaranteed. I mean, hey, if we can tell some kind of device to turn on and off our lights and to lock our doors. Come on, man. You seen the Terminator movies? Okay. How long do you think I mean, it's great and all, everybody thinks like AI is great and we're building robots and stuff like that. That's cool. Okay, right on. Well, everything in movies that we all watched as kids, growing up, all that stuff's actually happening. Taking place. Remember seeing aircrafts like this? In some sci-fi movies? Now all of a sudden these aircrafts exist. The aircraft I'm standing on right now is being used over in the in two current wars that we have active right now on the planet. The war in the Middle East and the war in Ukraine. Yeah. It's a stealth bomber. I mean, this thing goes off the radar, swoops in, drops bombs, and leaves. And can attack in the sky and do sky combat. Yeah, this thing's deadly. You gotta also understand this. If they have it in Hollywood, and they have it in the movies, it had to exist, it has to exist somewhere out there at some point. You can't just think this shit up. Right? They reference things. But the average human being, the average person for that matter, is never going to clue into that. You know why? Because they have been programmed. They have society programmed. I already seen right through that rat race too. Society is a bunch of programmed robots. That's how we're doing it. How do I know? Well, I try to give all the information I just gave to all of you in the last, 2 hours speaking. Now, you give all that information to the average person that is focused on raising their family, going to work for 10 to 12 hours that day, fighting traffic on the drive to and from work on the commute, right? Not to mention having to probably stop at the grocery store and get a few things for your family on the way home, getting home, still having things to do around the house, chores. By the time you sit down and watch something on TV, you're basically programmed into watching whatever you are used to watching, and that's it. And then when you hear other things that are going on, you think, oh, that's crazy. That can't be, because it's not part of my life. Right? They're not able to see outside the box. If you have society programmed, you can go around and do whatever you want in the background. Society won't know any difference. That's how they get away with that. That's how shady politicians get away with shady and shoddy shit when in the government. I.e., Justina Trudeau and the Liberal government. Right? You turn around and charade a bunch of things in front of the people and have them distracted with something, and then go back in behind the scenes and start passing regulations and policies in the House of Commons in the background without telling Canadians, and without giving them dirty details. That's called shady and shoddy shit. That's just what politicians do. They can take, see, and especially, they do this a lot too with foreign immigrants that come to our countries. They'll program them right off the start. And they'll program them, and then they're voting for the wrong government, putting them in power because that government just turned around and convinced them that, hey, life's going to be better under our government. You know, we got this, and this, and this, and that. Meanwhile, in the background, hi crew, I see you. Welcome back to the channel. Meanwhile, in the background, they're turning around and making policies that you're not even okay with. Like, number one, okay, it's not okay for a male to go into a female's bathroom. I don't care. Is that better? Is my mic level better now? Because I did have the mic away from the face. But thanks for telling me. Come on, you guys, anybody can tell me that stuff, you know. You guys can, feel free to speak up. But thank you for the reminder. I do appreciate that. Now I lost track of how I was. Oh yeah, policies and government. See, I care a lot about politics because I don't like what's going on in, like, my country. I'm a patriotic person. I care about my country, and I care about my neighbors, the United States. And I can tell you, like, I've even noticed over in Europe, crew. Your country over there, your government's turn around and flip things upside down over there too. At what point, we all gotta sit there and really sit back and wonder, how the hell did we let this get like this? Huh? When are we gonna fix it? When? Yeah, I seen it, crew. I like that's what I mean. Like, I've got friends that online who do YouTube channels, and they cover things that are happening over there, because it has to do with politics, and Rebel News is always over there too, and holy shit, like, I'm not even proud to be Irish anymore. No. Like, my mother's side of the family her side was Irish, so I have Irish in my blood, and then my father's side is Ukrainian, and I was lucky enough to be born in this country, thank God. But still, with the stuff that's happening in Ireland, and how woke the Irish leader is, yeah, that's... Any true Irish person is sitting there going, yeah, I'm not gonna go around proudly saying I'm Irish anymore. Fuck that. Nope. Color green now pisses me off. Not really, I'll still like green, but blue's still my favorite color. Regardless, though, it's even bad here, crew. Hey, things are falling apart here. In the United States, super bad too. I've never seen homeless encampments ever in my life. I mean, okay, scratch that. I have in Vancouver, right? This was many, many years ago, when I went there for a Tool concert, right? To see Tool in concert. Irish beer's good, government sucks. True. Grant, yeah, I'll agree with you on that one. Oh yeah, shit. I forgot to ask Shug if he needs help with this. With his MC stuff. I better ask. I've never seen such, and it breaks my heart too. Like, I don't understand. Like, is it just me because I have common sense, or why would, if you're a leader and if you call yourself a leader for the people and you're there for the people, okay? I understand the world has problems and stuff like that. But when your country, when your own country has some serious problems in its own backyard, you shouldn't be sending money anywhere else. You should not be concerned about other people's problems. As a leader, you shouldn't. I know this because I speak by example. Do you think anybody in our clan would be around, or would have stuck it out as long as I did, if I turn around and not taking care of the people first? I always take care of my people first. Always. That's what a leader does. You lead by example. You end up being last. All this nice stuff I have in the game, I acquired it as I was helping them. I didn't put myself first. Absolutely not. I taught them how to make money, and I made sure that they were going to be as well off as I took care of their needs first, and made sure that they were going to be well off, and taught them how to make money, so that in my absence, they can still be able to make money, or at least some kind of money, until I'm able to get online and help them make even more money. What else? Yeah, okay, so if I'm not doing this to make myself look good or anything like that. This is a prime example, right? I was talking to you guys, and Shug ended up logging in and jumping online here and saying hi, and what I do, right? It's just habit for me, right? I'm not like, oh, he's online, so I need this done, I need that done, right? And I'm not bombarding him and being like, hey, great, you're online. Let's do this, let's do that. No. You notice that we ask, right? One another, right? It's like it's a polite thing. It's a respect thing. We've had that in our clans. Core value in our clans, respecting each other. Right? It's like I'll jump on. He jumped online. First thing I'm asking him, hey man, you need any help with anything? What do you got going on there? Right? Like, let's get into it. Let's do some sales. Let's get something done. Right? I mean, sure, we can do missions and stuff like that, but we've done the missions and stuff. We've done those things over and over again. It's just we lead by example. We show other clans. I've listened to how other clan leaders talk to their clan members, and some of those members in those clans, they're starving. Those guys are starving. They're broke. They're begging their clan leaders to make money. Like, come on, can we do a heist? I need to get some money. I'm broke. And what kind of and I've listened to how those leaders talk to their clan members, and they treat them like shit. They give them scraps. They talk down to them. They don't even teach them anything. It's like I've listened to some of you clan leaders, and I don't even know how you guys call yourselves a clan leader. All right? Because some of you should just be ashamed of yourselves and listen to how you talk to people. Right? Because some of you have sat there and literally thinking that you're the gods of GTA and you won't teach your clan members shit. Like, you won't teach them anything. Like, I've listened to some of those guys ask a clan member something, and then, oh, you know, like, you gotta put some time in, and you know, you gotta do this, gotta do that. It's like, dude, buddy asked you a simple, direct question. You either know the answer to it or not. You don't sit there and play it on him like you own the guy, and he gotta work for that answer. That's not how it works, man. No. You want to be a successful leader? Lead by example. Treat others how you want to be treated, right? Look after their needs before your own, right? You got to show people that you care about them. That's what being a leader is. Not, you know, I'm not going around and bragging to everybody, and you know, going, oh, I'm rich, I'm this, I'm that, and this, that, and everything else, like a lot of other clan leaders do. And it's like, yeah, well, what kind of a strength and core values do you guys have? Right? Because I can tell you, MP3 clan got nothing. Their cores and values, we turned around and gave them cores and values. We installed cores and values into them. Yeah, ask Shug. We went to war with them for about 5 hours. We were a little bit more than 5 hours, and I'm talking solid. I blew about anywhere between $4 and $5 million, and I'm pretty sure Shug dropped over $3 million. And no, that's not like we weren't in straight shooting combat. We were in like blowing each other up kind of combat. We were using service vehicles to kill each other. We were using aircrafts, lighting somebody up from the sky with the orbital cannon. Like, we were dropping serious money. Okay? We've seen combat.
We're all business today. The guns are in an insurgent. Get it to the buyers and your job is done.
My point is, you can have an MP3 clan has done a lot. Now, we're just a division inside the LSPD clan. The LSPD clan has several clans inside. It's a corporation, and then it branches off in different divisions. Now, we run our own unit. Our unit's solid. Our unit, we have like eight or 10 of us now. But we're solid. We're elites. We know what to do. We're trained on everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything. I mean, we know how to. We can jump in an Avenger. Any one of our guys can jump in an Avenger and knows what to do. Doesn't have to ask questions. Right? Knows how to fire things. Knows how to get on a weapon station and operate a weapon station properly. Knows how to fly. Knows how to air-to-air combat. Right? Ground combat's nothing. That's nothing. That's not skill. Right? That's a requirement. You should know how to defend yourself in the ground. It's just in GTA that comes as standard procedure. Okay? That's not a fucking skill. Right? You know what honing a skill is? Being able to drive service vehicles, tanks, all that kind of stuff, and be able to be in combat and still survive. Alright? Basically live to tell the tale. Now, again, going back using MP3 as an example here, and the reason why I do, because some of the clan leaders talk to those guys exactly how I was telling you, and we were able to dismantle that. We were in a lobby. At first there was like 4 or 5 of them. And I forget exactly how it went down, but it was somewhere along the lines like they were chasing this one clan that was trying to do a sale. It was like somebody like myself and Shug who were just trying to get a sale done. And one was doing the escort and the other one was doing the driving, obviously, right? Well, they went and bombarded these 2 guys. All of them. And then they laughed about it. Now, normally, I would have minded my own business and shit like that, but this is when the public lobbies weren't so censored, and everybody was out on their mics. And the voices popped on of these two users. They were fucking kids. Like, we're talking like 8, maybe 10 years old or something like that. They were just trying to have some fun. I get it. Like, we play video games to have fun. Like, don't judge the ages on things nowadays because, I mean, with the world the way it is, I mean, we can't... Look at what's happening in our schools. We can't really say that GTA now, introducing GTA to children now would be a bad thing, because, my God, if you say that, then you need a reality check on what's going on, right? Fact is, we destroyed them. Started out, there was like 4 or 5 of them. They thought it was hilarious. These are adults, and they're talking like big tough gangsters to these kids and making fun of them. I'm like, man. She was like, man, I hate it when people talk like that, right? He's like, that gives black people a bad name, right? This is why he's like, and some black people wonder why they don't have respect, right? And I'm like, man, let's go do something about that. We're not gonna let that get away with that. And he's like, yeah, all right, let's do it. And it started out with just 2 of us, and then another clan member of ours showed up, right? So there was only 3 of us, and like I said, there was 4 at first of them. Then there was 5. Then they brought in 6. They got all heated up, right? Like, it was getting heated because they were dying left, right, and center, getting mad, right, pissed off, like rah, 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 kind of thing. So, all right. They were like, we're gonna call in. We got boys.
I'm on the clock. What you want? Some wheels?
All right. Cool. Bring it on. Cool. All right. Tell them. Right.
It's coming at
the more
you.
the better. I gotta blow more people up. All right.
Looks like you sold out to the right people too.
They brought in a bunch of people. I think at one point, if you ask Shug, I'm pretty sure at one point we were facing off against 13 or 14 of them at one point. Yeah. And then like about like a couple hours into combat there, you started to see like their members leaving. They started like one by one. They started to leave, and I'm like, "Where are you guys going?" Right? And I didn't even realize this, like I should have. Right? Sometimes like the most obvious thing will go right past my head, and she looks like that's because they're broke. I'm like, "Oh fuck, you're right." He's like, "They can't afford to be at war." I was like, true. This is true. That's right. They can only afford to do this for so long, because this is costing them mad money. You gotta understand something. When you light somebody up with an orbital cannon, you're dropping 750k now. For gamers like myself and our clan members, 750k is nothing. We can wipe our ass and continue on. Right? We make 750k in no time. Alright? But for most of you, that's a lot of money. So just imagine, if you're one of those players who's not very good with your money, okay? You're in a clan who's under the... You're in a clan with the direction of a clan leader who has no sense of direction and no sense of leading a clan to begin with. None of you really have solid management skills, and the only people who actually do have the management skills to do with anything to do close with assets would be their, you know, if you even want to call them a half a leader. Now, those guys, they get mad. They have short fuse. And when they can't manage money, and they see their money disappearing, so for instance, right, those guys, most of them, $1, $2, maybe $3 million tops. Okay? And some of them do own a facility and have the orbital cannon. But the problem is they're going to see $750,000 disappear. Now, it's not going to bother them in the heat of the moment, but it'll settle in after the war, or even during it. sometimes. After they've died for a few times, and they start seeing hundreds of thousands of dollars disappearing out of their bank accounts, and they're not getting that money back, they stop. Oh yeah. Especially if you don't know what you're doing in GTA, and you're one of those people that have to buy a shark card in order to have game money. Oh yeah. Yeah, you stop. Once you start seeing your game money disappear, and you ain't getting it back right away, yeah, you stop doing whatever is costing you a lot of money. And you stop doing it real quick. Right? War costs money. When you're in combat, it's nothing but a money pit. Okay? Don't ever start war with anybody unless you have like, don't ever even engage in heavy combat, in like any kind of heavy conflicts that are going on in a public lobby, unless you have $1 million to burn. I'm not even kidding you. Unless you can part ways with $1 million and it won't haunt you and it's not going to bother you, then by all means go ahead and stick your nose into people's business, right? And go play world police. But if you don't have $1 million on hand that you can just throw away and you know, not think twice about it, and don't even get yourself involved, right? Because I'm telling you something, even the smallest of conflicts can cost you up to $1 million, easy, very quickly. Oh yeah. Like, conflicts can get easily escalated and carry on as well. For instance, trying to remember if it was MP3 or if it was just the barcodes. We were at war with the barcodes for a long time. Years. Like we'd see barcode, like you'd load up. You see how I pulled out the menu. You'd load up in a public lobby. You'd see a barcode. We'd go after the barcode right off the bat. Like we wouldn't need it. It wouldn't even matter what the barcode's doing. And what's a barcode account? Well, here I'll pull up. Let me get that money. I'm gonna pull up a conversation as if I'm gonna type to Shug, and I'll show you what I mean. Alright, so you see my clan tag up there, Bam Bear 2016. Underneath me is Shug Bear 2584. That's our ID tags, right? That's a unique ID tag. Everybody in the world knows me, right? I got nothing to hide. I'm Bam, right? Now, a barcoded account is somebody who hides their identity. They do not want to be seen. They do not want their moves tracked, traced, anything like that. Their accounts will look like this. Similar to this. You see that? Now, or you'll see they'll do that and this, or not that, sorry, like that. You do see the accounts like this, and then they'll go underscore, they'll do this, and some kind of other little symbols, smiley faces and crap like that. And there's the other one there, like this, and then they'll do that. I got a whole black book. I'm not even kidding you. I got a small black notebook, right? And it's black cover, front and back cover. And well, I had to lock this up in a safe somewhere, because this is like, this book has usernames in here of everybody's bad actions since 2020. Not everybody's, but the most this book has the worst of the worst of the world. I don't mean that to be proud of this. Like, this is what we ended up getting ourselves into a long time ago, and we walked away from it because psychologically it'll fuck with you. Just because the things you hear and the people you deal with is just... That's why I have a hard time even flipping through the pages of this book, because I can look at all of these user gamer tags and I know all their bad actions. Disgusting comments, tried to attack persons twice, went after so-and-so. Yeah, like, I've got dirty details about all their bad actions. Account violates all PSN policies. Like, some of these people, like, I'm not even gonna finish this guy's gamer tag, but part of it says burn my, and like there's some gamer tags out here, man, that were like, these guys were serious people. One guy was talking about doing some serious damage to the general public and doing a mass shooting, and I warned the FBI about it, and they thought I was joking, and then that guy turned around and did it anyways. And then the FBI turned around and started taking things a lot more seriously when people started reporting about that shit online. Right? Because people were using GTA as a training ground. They were coming into public lobbies and they were getting on the mic and they were talking to each other and they were practicing what they were going to do in general public. And they practice it and then plan it and then execute it, and then they know exactly what they're doing in the game, and then they go and do it exactly the same way in real life. You think I'm joking? I'm not. And we uncovered a lot of that shit. A lot of bad people. I put away a lot of bad people. I got a lot of bad people taken offline. And for good reason, too. I'll tell you, like, I don't even like going back and doing lobby oversight once in a while. Brings back too much shit. Yeah. That's why I enjoy retirement. And do my own damn thing. We've seen enough. Literally. We did. Shug has been there since the beginning. Yeah. Him, myself, and Wade. We would be the three kings of this unit. Yeah. We're the building blocks of this unit. Yeah. We are the wall. We built this. We built this unit. And our unit's been through hell and back, so we're strong, we're solid. We can do what we want. You notice that we're doing what we want. We're just relaxing, chilling on a Saturday. We're not even trying to work hard and we're making money. Like, I got so many notices popping up on the left-hand side of the screen there, reminding me, like, hey, you know, you gotta go to the arcade and get your save. You gotta make your way over to the scrapyard. It's got over 200K sitting in there now. Right? I gotta make my way over to the agency as well. That's accumulating money. Yeah. See, we don't have to. We don't have to work. One person said to me the other day, and was like, why don't you be in a public lobby? That's where all the bonuses are for sales. Oh, bonuses? I don't need money. What are you talking about? I don't. No. Who cares? I mean, it's not even. No. It's not even worth the time. It's a hassle. Being a public lobby, you take your chances, okay? You can end up being in a public lobby that has maybe, 10 players or so. Nice, small, quiet lobby. Not a lot of action happening, right? Or you can load up into a full lobby and find yourself into a complete war zone. And anywhere you try to go into, like your nightclub or any kind of establishment you have, you're going to be stuck in a loading screen, especially if there's combat going on around you. For instance, when we all had to, the only way you could make money was in a public lobby, and they dropped these new DLCs, right? I refer always back to the agency because anybody who was around when the agency dropped, it's not our favorite DLC. Let's put it that way. Let's put it lightly. Right, Rockstar? Yeah. Because Rockstar gave us such a headache with that place. Oh my god. That place burned out. That DLC turned around and burned out my hard drive in my PS4 Slim. Because it overworked my hard drive. Insanely, too. Like, when that DLC dropped, everybody was trying to go into the agency, right? Because it's Dr. Dre and everything else, right? So, and it was new missions. It was very, very popular. It was extremely popular as soon as it dropped. Now, I say it was the least, like, it's still a favorite of mine. I don't get me wrong, I really enjoy the agency. The agency is really, really cool. The Dr. Dre missions are awesome. It's just, it was so popular when it dropped that everybody was trying to get into their agencies. So it was absolute hell. Because you had so many people trying to load up into agencies all at once. Plus there's combat going on in the environment around you. All these plus. And anybody who rocks GTA and who's a loyal fan of GTA and anything to do with Rockstar knows when Rockstar drops any DLC, there's bugs. There is. It's the first couple days, even the first week. There's bugs, there's flaws, there's things they didn't finish coding. There's all kinds of stuff goes on. That's why they do a patch update shortly after the update drops, when they do the DLC. For those of you who don't understand why, you know, when they come out with an update, all of a sudden there's a patch a week or two later. Yeah, that's to close errors and anything that might be out of fine tuning. Okay? For instance, okay. Anybody who was playing during COVID would know this one. When they dropped the LS car meet, when that DLC came out, they and they knew about it too, but somebody somewhere had screwed up so bad at Rockstar, they forgot to close something that took them almost 2 months to fix. Yeah. And we took advantage of it as much as we could. Yeah. Damn straight. So, what it was, the LS Car Meet DLC dropped. Came out. Awesome. You're giving us, like, the Fast and the Furious theme into GTA. Cool. Right? But the even more cooler part was anybody who's doing Cayo Perico knows that if you do it solo, like I do a lot, right, when I want to, you'll notice I can't get into those houses, right, where it requires 2 key cards. That's because it requires 2 people at the same time with 2 separate key cards, right? When that DLC dropped, 2 years? Yeah, I think it was 2 years. Yeah, 2 years and a bit. I was doing something in a public lobby, and someone goes, "Anybody got KO?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I got KO already." Why, you got KO? Like, because we had that was a code you would say, like, "Hey, you got KO?" Right? Because then you would know that that guy has a KO ready to go, and you have a KO ready to go, so you could bounce back. You could bounce back off each other, so you could run back to backs. And rather than like, you know, like, oh, is anybody else gonna make money? Like us guys who do heists, we look at. We know you don't know what you're doing in a heist, right? So, anyways, I entertain this, and I'm like, yeah, I got Pink Diamond. I tell him, right? He's like, keep this on the DL. I was like, why? What's up? And he's like, we don't need both. You don't need me in the heist. I was like, what? No.
Almost here?
He's like, I'm serious. I'm like, come on, man, show me this. I've got to see this. Like, let's go. He's like, watch this. Okay? We came up through. He's one of those people that likes to use the drainage tunnel as well. We swim up through the drainage tunnel. He goes right up the steps. He goes to the one side of the door, goes right to the other side of the door, unlocks it, and disappears and goes in there and starts taking the gold and stuff like that. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, no way. So of course, I tell two of my closest clan members to me, right, Shug and Wade, and no one else. I'm like, boys, listen. We're going to rob Rubio non-stop. Do not tell anybody about this. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. Alright? Like, because slowly, clans were figuring it out. But it was almost like a rumor. It was almost like a thing that a lot of people weren't believing. Especially people who weren't very familiar with doing the heist, and who had only been to KO maybe once or twice in their whole entire life on that heist, so they hear something like that online, they're like, yeah, right, whatever, you know, and they brush it off and they don't even attempt. Man, I was taking advantage of that non-stop. Oh yeah, I kept my mouth shut about it too, for a long time. Yep. Until somebody, until a couple months later, somebody piped up in a public lobby and was mad. Right? Well, and says it too, just blurts it right out. Well, you can't steal the gold from Rubio on solo anymore. And they're like, what? And it's like, and it was astonishing that it had been about 2 months, and it had astonished me the amount of people that were shocked that was being closed, and they didn't even know it existed. I'm like, and you call yourselves GTA players? Huh? You call yourself a GTA person? You're a hardcore GTA person and you didn't even know about that this whole time? That's old school news. That's been happening for a couple months now, right? Man, we made mad money on that though. Oh yeah. I have made it my personal mission every single day, and I'm pretty sure we did that for those 2 months solid. Like we were pulling off back-to-backs. At least we were pulling at least 4 or 5 KOs a day. Yeah. At least.
All right, bring the card in. We'll stop.
Like there was even a weekend that we just full out. We were like, okay, we're gonna dedicate this weekend. We're just gonna make as much money in KO as possible, right? We load up into a lobby like this, 3, 4, 5 of us. We'd each get our setups done, right? And as soon as they're all ready, you just run them back to back to back to back to back. Everybody makes money. Everybody makes mad money. Like, you collect a lot of money really fast. Let's put it that way. Right?
What's up? Take care.
That used to be also.
Okay, we'll strip that thing to pieces and get the deals done.
KO used to pay out the most. Still probably does. I don't know what the data breaches would pay out anymore because I'm not one to know. The casino. I'm just trying to think. I think it's been a year now since I last did that, because I did that on my other account when this one got suspended last summer for 60 days. That was cute. I lost the months of June and July, but I was able to create my other character. Right? That's why you see, like, there's a guy character, and then with the mask on, then there's the female character. Yeah. Or no, I think my male character doesn't even have a mask. No, I don't think so. But either way, for 2 months solid, I showed you guys how to make money in GTA and how to basically have the game pay you to play the game. Just gotta be smart with money in the game, that's all. Right? Don't let the game run you, you run the game. You're the gamer. Right? Being a player is one thing, being a gamer is another. Right? You always want to be the gamer, the one in control. You don't want the game to control you and have you stress out over the game. Come on. The game is supposed to be fun. That's what it's there for. A de-stressor. Right? It's like a... Think of it this way. It's your gateway into a different reality. Instead of constantly being stressed about the things that we can't even control in our own society and reality. You ever think about that? Like, stress is a #1 killer. But that's not talked about. No. I mean, they really, really do know it. Emphasize on that. And, because they really don't want that talked about. Because, hey, the more things that they can have you stressed out about and worrying about, man, they know that that is going to be the quicker way you're going to die. It's a quick way to population control people, too. Right? Stress is #1 killer. Stress will keep you awake at night. A lot of you have insomnia and have trouble sleeping at night. You know why you have trouble sleeping at night? Because you can't shut your brain off. You can't stop thinking. Right? Some of us are so programmed and so worried, especially with everything that's been happening in the last 4 years, that it is hard to put the mind at rest and to have a good night's sleep, or to just shut your mind off and not think about something that's happening, or worrying about what's going to happen tomorrow. You can't help it now, right? That's what I'm saying. But a lot of people have not brought that out to the attention, like I'm trying to right now, before I take a quick leak and make a new coffee. I just wanted to finish on this before I lost my train of thought, and then it disappears and I'll never get it back, probably, right? We all know how that works in my mind. But for most of us, that is the reality. And it is a silent killer. Big time. Because once they have you stressed out about the things you can't control, well, then you're really stressed out about the things you actually can control in your own environment, which makes that, I know this sounds weird, but it's true, it makes it, even the things that you can have control of, that you already are stressing about, it makes those things even more difficult. Yeah. And then you have relationship and family problems on top of that. Oh man. And your heart's really working overtime. And I can speak from experience, only because in the last 4 years I've been single. And I've realized, even without being in a relationship, it took a lot of stress out of my life. A lot of stress off my heart. Right? Because I wasn't constantly worried about trying to keep that other person happy, or what kind of crap they're going to say to me when I come home from work, what kind of mood they're going to be in, what kind of day they had. right? I'm already worrying about stuff and I haven't even gotten it through the front door, right? How am I supposed to relax when I'm constantly worried about something else? You see where I'm going with this? Now, and then especially if they have you thinking about, well, your mortgage is coming up for renewal, taxes keep going higher, this keeps getting more. Now you're way, way out there and worrying about things that you can't control at all. And that's how they want you to be. Because then, that's how the corrupt politicians want you to be, because as soon as they have you like that, it's called putting you in a vulnerable state. Then you're so oblivious to things that are going on. They could literally steal right in front of your face and you wouldn't even have a clue. You wouldn't even know what happened, because that's how good they are at it. That's their game. They wouldn't still be in business if they weren't good at what they do. Right? They're good at stealing and lying and cheating from people. Right? They're not able to see things the way we are. Sooner than later, society on both continents is going to snap. It's going to hit a breaking point. Now, we'll touch base on that in a moment, but I will make this clear. I will never incite violence or tell you guys to do it. Remember, I'm just predicting and foreseeing the things that are going to play out, because unfortunately that's just what's happening. That's the way it's going. Right? We'll touch base on that in a moment. If I keep holding it any longer, I could probably squirt pee out of my mouth. Alright? So I'm going to be right back. No, Bam is back. I had a phone call there. And, you know what's weird? I'm gonna say this. It's, for about, I don't know, I was walking around about 5 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. And I got one of those mics that plug into the headset, and you can unplug it, right? Which is cool. I like that little feature. Anyways, I thought it was the most coolest thing. I've never had that on a pair of headphones before, but I lost the thing. This you're gonna find ironic, I guess, maybe. I got the big black Microsoft keyboard, you know, the one that allows you to have it's the media Microsoft keyboard, right? It has the play button and the volume controls and all that stuff, right? So the earpiece or the mic piece is black as well, and I usually set it in between like just underneath the row of F keys there. All right, so I set it there, and I was looking around for the last 10 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, like at the tops, feeling like a complete idiot. And I'm like, where is this thing? Like, where's my headset? How am I gonna get? I do not want to get on there and start typing. Like, I'm not in the mood for that kind of crap today. No. Like, just no. And I was like, thinking to myself, well, I'll disconnect the keyboard from the PlayStation, plug it into the laptop then, so I don't have to use the laptop's keyboard. And I go to type something on the keyboard, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's cute. Look at that. Right? There it is. Right there on the keyboard. Have you guys not lost things like that in front of your face before? Like literally playing in clear sight, I mean. Okay? Like absolute clear sight. Like I have literally lost my keys, looked for my keys, panicked, ripped things apart in the house, looking for my keys, only to discover that they were right in front of my face, on the counter. Yeah, like you can't make that stuff up. Like, it happens to you in life. It's just one of those things that ends up. It just happens. Like you could be the most organized person on the planet, like I am. Well, I'm not the most organized. I'm well organized, or at least I like to think I am, or I'd like to be, anyways. As I look at the clothes and I'm like, you know what? I gotta fold this crap because I'm sick and tired of seeing it. You know, you will miss the most obvious things in front of your face. It'll happen. Doesn't matter how much of a perfectionist you try to be. And then you're gonna feel clueless, or you're gonna feel dumb. Really, really dumb. I know I did. I just did, not too long ago. Looking around, thinking to myself, crap. I lost my mic piece. Great. Where the hell is it? It's lost. I'm not finding that for a while. No. I lost my wallet once in my room, and it was in the no, it wasn't in the spot I would normally put it. It was just off of that spot. But anyways, I had gone into a panic so bad from losing that wallet because it wasn't in its normal spot. And that's what I mean. Like that's a sick feeling. When you lose two things. Well, no, sorry, now three things. right? Especially nowadays, right? I call this the heart stoppers. You guys can call it whatever the heck you want, all right? But I call it the heart stoppers. And the heart stoppers are these 3 items right now, okay? There's 3 items in life that if you lose, right, it is more than a, I want to say, oh crap moment, like that, like that really, really serious oh crap moment. But it's not. It's like the sickest feeling in the world. The most, like, the 3 items, right. Keys, number 1, your house keys. Okay. That'll set you into panic mode. Oh yeah. Yeah. That will set your mind in a full-blown panic mode when you lose keys. Right. The other item, and for me it's not a big deal. I mean, it is now. Back in the day it wouldn't have been. Now it's a essential item, but your cell phone, right? Now everybody panics if they lose their cell phone, because it's a part of you, just like your keys. Now, last but not least, women, I guess it's the purse or wallets, whatever you have. But for men, it's the wallet. Oh yeah. I lost mine one time at Christmas time. And bless the soul to this day that turned it in, because it was almost 2 weeks before Christmas, and I was Christmas shopping, and I was in such a rush. I had so much stuff going on, and especially with her work. Now, I had gotten out of my vehicle, and somehow I dropped my wallet, and I had just shy of over $200 in there in cash. Okay, so, and mind you, all right, this is the ironic part, right? This was the like, holy crap, that actually happened. I go, mind you, I went shopping, did my Christmas shopping, okay? I waited in line and whatnot, and it comes my turn in line, and everything's scanning through, right? It comes time to pay. I go to reach into my pocket, my wallet's not there. So I haven't noticed this whole time, and then I panic. I go into full-blown panic mode all of a sudden. My heart rate got increased real fast. Okay, I got so scared. I'm like, oh my God, where is my wallet? And you, like, panic sets in, fear sets in. You're like, holy crap, where did I lose this thing? Like, oh my God, you think to yourself, like, oh, I got to start retracing my steps. And then I heard my name. I'd never been so happy to hear my name being called over a loudspeaker in my life, asking me to come to the customer service because they have my wallet. I was like, yes, thank you, God, thank you, Lord, thank you. Right? I knew my money was in there. I didn't care about the money. Just getting the wallet back. You guys have no idea. Because for the first time in my life, I didn't have all my important documents scanned, copied, none of that stuff. So my driver's license, my social insurance number, my birth certificate, my health card, everything was in my wallet. Oh my God, never again did my birth certificate live in my wallet after that day. Never again did my social insurance number live in my wallet after that day. All right? No. Those two important items, never, ever carry around with you. Now, I know that's probably some common sense shit, right? But, hey, for a while there, driving truck, okay, you need your important documents with you at all times, especially if you're going into the U.S., right? Like, it's just, it was just standard procedure for us. Like, I was always used to having my documents with me and having them close by. Like, at the truck, I had to, like, all the time, especially if I went into high security places. I'd have to show all my credentials and everything else in order to be loaded and to be even on their grounds. There were some places. There were some places. I'm trying to think. Loblaws, for instance, Loblaws distribution center. They won't, like, you have to register all your information with the guardhouse and everything else. You have to have an appointment. You can't even show up on their grounds. And like you're not. It's a huge no-no. Like, it'll cause red flags. They have armed security on site, man. They'll tune your ass up real fast. Right? They take that shit very seriously. They got a lot of important documents and all kinds of other weird shit. Like, some places they would, if you don't have an appointment, you're shit out of luck. You're not getting on the grounds, right? They don't care if you're late, okay? Like, I was at places that were so high security and so strict inside that it was fucked up. There was a set of rules to follow before you could even drive on their grounds. And even when you're on the grounds, when you're on facilities like that and you're loading out of their docks, you turn on a certain channel on their CB radio and you follow their instructions, and you do not deviate from their instructions, and you do not go anywhere else. You do not go to any other dock doors. You don't circle around the fucking parking lot or anything like that. Like, you strictly do it whatever the hell they tell you to do, and that's it. Because I remember, I don't know where I'm going with this, but because I'm going to take a break here for a minute and grab a bite to eat and then jump back in GTA, but I'll keep this on. I don't know if it's gonna keep me in the. Oh, I'll just tell Shug real quick, unless he's listening to me. Shug, you there?
Respect, yeah, boss?
Nothing but respect. That's true. I will be back soon. See, I can talk old school talk like that to him. Some of you looking at that going, what the heck kind of language is that? That's called old school talk. That's called old man talk. Well, we're considered old men now. He's the same age as me. Right? And he came up from the hood too. That's why I get along with him so well. See? He's still there. He's seen it. He knows I'll be back. I gotta eat. Like, holy crap. I didn't eat all day yet. No, wait, scratch that. I had toast. Yeah. So. I'm still dealing with my clothes. I hate it when my clothes sit on the bed like that. Although, you know what? Here's the thing. I can bring in my clothes, throw them on the bed, in a pile there like I did. I'm almost done anyways, but now I talk about not being lazy and not being a procrastinator, but here's my biggest flaw, what I'll do. If I'm really lazy and I'm really tired, I will, instead of put my dirty clothes on the floor or something like that, or in the dirty laundry basket, I will throw it at the foot of the bed where I'll bury. I don't know why I do this. I'll bury the clothes right here, like at the headboard, right beside the headboard, right beside my pillow for some reason. I'll make a fucking pile of dirty clothes right there and leave it there till the morning, or until I'm gonna be leaving my room, and And I look at it, I'm like, oh, I gotta throw that in the laundry basket, damn it. I cannot live there. I don't know. I've been doing that since I was a kid. You would think, with as organized as I am, and if you guys seen how organized I am, and just hearing it out of me, you'd think like, what the hell is he doing? I question that one too. All right, see, I learned things about myself. Weird little quirky things I do as I get older. Like that's just like why? You know? I don't know. It's just yeah. It's one of those things. I don't even get it. I catch myself doing it too. And like I do it and I look at it and I'm like, yeah. Meh. I'm not lazy about much of anything in life. But that I can look at the dirt. I ain't that gonna live there. If that's where it's staying, you're gonna stay there for a little bit. Right? Yeah, I'll put you in the dirty laundry basket when I gotta take a leak kind of thing. I'll deal with it later. Anyways, I'm going to get something to eat. And then I'll be back. Likely rock some GTA, obviously, because Shug's on. It's Saturday night. And there's no Canadian hockey games on tonight. Because I watched Edmonton whoop ass against Dallas. Sorry, America, right? It is our hockey game, and I am cheering for Edmonton, okay? Of course. Okay, it's the only Canadian hockey team left, and as long as it's not Montreal, yeah, I'm definitely, go Oilers, go. Please bring home the Stanley Cup. We need the cup back in Canada bad. We haven't had the cup back in Canada since 1993. It's embarrassing. It's our game too, right? But here's the thing. Before any of you Americans sit there and go, ha ha ha, we win the Stanley Cup most of the times, guess what? Listen here and listen good, okay? Fun facts. This is going to be a heartbreaker right now. Gonna say this before I go. Quick times. Newsflash, okay? Most of the guys on your hockey teams, they're Canadian. Okay, just saying. Just saying. They are. They're Canadian. Okay? A lot of your superstars that are on those American teams, you got that right. They were born and raised here in Canada. Yeah. Us Canadians, we know how to play hockey. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying this for sure, but I would say that the chances are probably about 80 to 90% that you would never win the Stanley Cup ever again if we brought home all the Canadian hockey players from the United States teams and put them on Canadian teams and had more Canadian teams than we do right now. If we brought in more Canadian teams and brought home all our boys from America, you do realize why Canadian hockey players play hockey in America? Because it's more money. They get paid more. Yeah. And with the exchange rate, they take full advantage. Yeah. They're smart like that. Yeah. They'll have the hockey organization pay for their hotel, blah, 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 and everything else while they're doing their thing for an American team. And then they can turn around and cash in all their assets and their money and their paychecks here in Canada and their Canadian assets and their Canadian homes and gain capital from that, because American money is worth more here. So when a Canadian player in America is getting paid $3.4 million American, he's seeing that as cha-ching dollar signs. Like he's gonna clear over 5 million Canadian. See where I'm going with this? And they got the team paying for most of their all their little knick-knack things and everything they need. You guys don't understand what it's like with these guys on the road. I used to haul the equipment for a football team, for a university football team. They get everything. Everything's covered for those boys. Everything. Their equipment's covered, bought and paid for. Right? They don't pay for nothing. They don't pay for meals. They don't pay for hotels. They don't pay for nothing. Absolutely nothing. They don't pay for bus rides. They don't pay for anything. And those boys are on the road and everything. Everything's bought and paid for by the organization, by the club. Those boys don't touch nothing. They don't have to spend money. All the money they're getting paid, well, not the university players, but even the professional players, even one step up, man. Like those guys, everything is, all the stuff you see them wearing, it's all endorsed, it's all sponsored, it's all given to them. Barely anything is spent out of pocket for a professional, for an athlete. Yeah, especially in the NHL. You can even be one of those players that is on the farm team, only clearing anywhere between 100 and 150,000, and you got a contract like that, and you're sitting in the AHL. Guess what? Well, like, let's say for instance, a lease organization's picking up your bills, man. You're not paying for nothing. You don't pay for your flights. You don't pay for. So much stuff gets covered in that stuff, and those guys walk away with so much more money than you guys actually think. It's like when you see these guys get nailed with like a 15 or 10 and $15,000 fine, you think like, oh wow, that's a lot of money, man. To them, that's peanuts, man. They can wipe their ass with that money and say see you later. Except for Evander Kane. Evander Kane owes everybody money, probably his own asshole, to be honest. Like, I wouldn't doubt it, because Evander Kane got in deep, didn't he? Like, big time with Vegas. I know that for sure. I know that guy's in debt up to his eyeballs. I know that much. And he has to play hockey to pay his bills. Because if he doesn't play hockey, if he didn't have a contract, if he didn't get signed with Edmonton, he would have been filing Chapter 11. But he won't be the first NHL player to file Chapter 11. He probably won't be the last either. I'm out of here. Gonna eat. And we'll be right back. If Shug's offline from GTA, then I'll rock hockey, but I'll communicate with him once I jump back online. Everybody, thank you all for tuning in and putting up with me. Congratulations, you made it this far. I might see you in the next live stream, right? Hopefully. Hey, because if you stuck around this long to hear me out up till now, you need a gold star. Yeah. Pat yourself in the back. Good job. Right on, you know? And V, I know V, you're a lifer now, right? We'll see you for sure, right? I'll crack cold ones with you in a bit, right? I got them in the fridge waiting there, hey? You're my new drinking buddy, hey? All right, you guys stay safe, right? Take care of each other. Again, thank you all for tuning in and putting up with me. You guys are awesome. And if you guys are willing to do it all over again, well, give me about an hour. And I'll jump back online, right? And I'll get on the mic. And like I said, one or two things are going to happen when you come to this channel, okay? You're either going to laugh with me, or you're going to laugh at me. Simple as that. That's it. Yeah. Anyways, I'm out of here for now. All right? Okay. So, take care of each other. See ya.